Hey guys, all right. We already have a conversation brewing in the chat. Welcome to the channel. This is your host, Lord Hellesmont V, your your favorite pseudo-intellectual, living again one of those famous amateur hours. Sorry about the reverb in the background. We are going to talk about a subject today that's near and dear to my heart, which is about striking deals when it comes to watches, and especially about the larger question, right? Which I just proposed as a question, and apparently already something broke out in the chat. Um, what is the best watch related deal that you ever struck in history? And I'm really, I love Alan. I love his wheeling and dealing. I love his general state of hopefulness about the watch market, about um, his hope for the better deal out there, and that should be actually a secondary question, right? Because you can answer this question in earnest, right? X was the best deal I've ever got. And some will tell you that the best deal is still out there, right? And that may well be the other question. Is the best deal still out there? Are there better deals out there? And being, of course, one of the top 10 tire kickers and hagglers um, that I am, and I've been around some interesting people, uh, I completely empathize with Alan's situation as he's trying to strike a deal. Alan, welcome to the channel. Corrado Galizia, thank you so much for being here. Love you both, guys. And Corrado Galizia says, what's going on? Did Lord make a purchase? Who knows? Who ever knows? Alan says, I'm not sure. I almost made one today. I have until tomorrow to decide. And it is the Brosnan era Golden Eye Omega Seamaster 2531.80, a model that we often talk about in this channel as one of those iconic models that can still be gotten for quite a good deal. Great watch. I'll bring it up shortly. I'll bring it up momentarily in the background. Let my assistant, aka my right hand, to work on it. Um, and I think Alan was basically trying to negotiate down a price, and he has already knocked off quite a bit. So hopefully he will get the deal that he is happy with. And I mean, ultimately, that's what I that's what I think everyone should ultimately aim, right? Don't ever jump into a deal until you're completely happy with it. Don't buy a watch just because someone else told you it's the right moment, it's the right price, myself included, right? Because I go back and forth with Alan in our lovely little Discord. Sometimes I give him a hard time for being a little too hopeful, but again, I do it out of a place of um, shared interest and shared enthusiasm for haggling. So I hope he takes it in that spirit. He says, yes, I've knocked off almost 20% from the asking price. I'm still on the fence. It's a 2007 variant, no box, no papers. Hey, this is a watch to wear and enjoy. Don't get really stuck on box and papers. Of course, it has an effect on the price that you should negotiate, and it will affect in some way, in some shape or form, the future resale value, if that's ever relevant to you. But if it is someone you can trust, right, and that's exactly what buy the seller means, it should be okay. The dealer is good and deals almost exclusively in Omega. I've used them in the past, and it is the Brosnan era Bond watch, the automatic one, of course. Case and bracelet are perfect. The bezel has some nicks, but it is not faded. '07 is a little new for some serious fade to develop on the bezel. But that's the charm of the aluminum bezels, right? The nicks and scratches and the fading that will reveal itself over time, I think, is one of the things that makes these watches so charming, at least to me. And that's why I prefer actually pre-ceramic Rolexes. And certainly if it comes to Seamasters, my vote is again for a pre-ceramic version. Corrado says, good luck with it either way. And Gildo says, Archie believes that it's gotta hurt. It's gotta hurt. I believe you gotta win. Makes the experience sweeter. Well, look, Alan, I mean, it can. ¿Por qué no los dos? Right? Why not both? Why not both? Right? It can hurt, and you can still win over the long term. I think he does have a point, right? As the pontiff usually does, because when he says it's gotta hurt, he means that you have to get used to the fact that for a good watch, you have to spend a couple of thousand, right? Or 3,000, right? And with time, that ceiling, or rather that cutoff point, with the way our money has been losing value and with the way the watch markets, the luxury watch market has been developing, that entry point started rising, right? Started ascending. And it's sometimes hard to catch up. And going into the neo vintage market, and if you can actually deal with it, if you are well equipped or equipped enough uh, with enough information and enough guidance, that's what the vintage market is for, to a certain extent, right? I'm not talking about the extremely desirable and most iconic models. Of course, when I was still growing up, vintage wasn't such a fancy and desirable word in the world of watches, and it was mostly we a wine related term. And about watches, we used to talk about pre-owned, and that was a way of getting a deal. But when Archie says it should hurt, he means that you got to drop a couple of $1,000 to get a nice watch, and you got to treat yourself, um, rather than accumulating 10, 15 different $200 watches, right? I think that's essentially what it means. And he also has another test, as you know, as an Archie luxury veteran, which is that it has to basically throw a wedge between you and your significant other, right? It has to hurt the relationship as well. If you show your significant other a watch and she says, yeah, why not? Treat yourself. Um, that's probably not good enough, right? But joking aside, I think that's ultimately what he means. For quality, you have to pay. The other way of saying it is, the English usually have this kind of habitus, right? I'm not rich enough to make cheap deals, right? I'm not rich enough to buy cheap. So over long term, it will pay off in some way. Big Meech is rolling in with the sheep. Make way for the sheep. Corrado says, I got a great deal on the newer white dial version. This is the Seamaster 300M Professional with the white dial, the laser engraved wave dial. I'm assuming I'm wearing it as I type. Wear it in good health, and may you see even better days with it, Corrado. Alan says that white one's my favorite out of the new variants. Yeah, I mean, look, I used to be quite against white dials in a past life, but ever since I got my Polar Explorer 2 16570, I have I've been getting more and more used to the idea of white being actually a great color for a sports watch too. Of course, with classic dress watches, that's possibly the best way to go anyways. White, off-white, silver. My wonderful co-host,
Good
Ozzy.
evening.
How are
Hope you're
you?
having a good Friday.
Great Friday, man. It's not even better now that you're here. How are you?
Good, thank you. Hello, everyone.
Um, I can join if you throw a link. I have not thrown a link. I did it in Discord, but
Mhm.
uh, I was forgetful here. Thanks for reminding, um, Ozzy. I should probably also pin it while I'm at it. Um, yeah, I sometimes get in my groove for once. Alan says the Austin Daniels effect is real. I'm not going to sell this if I get one. Can you explain it again? Sometimes I'm unfamiliar with what. Do you know what he means by the Austin Daniels effect,
No,
Ozzy?
I don't actually.
Okay, because you are more conversant and more literate with Watch YouTube than
Yeah,
I
I watch
ever
Austin
am.
Daniels. He's always recommending the vintage stuff to absolute newbies, which I think
Yeah.
is a terrible idea.
Well, look, I do know Austin Daniels because he was nice enough to join a few times when I was in that other live stream, the
Mm.
24-hour one, and we had a great conversation. But Austin Daniels is very knowledgeable about vintage
Oh yeah.
watches, very well studied, very well read. So he probably assumes that other people approach the subject with as much care and attention, but they don't. That's
You
not how
you
most
you
people
need a
buy watches.
certain level of comfort to even take his advice, quite frankly.
Right.
Right. Like you have to be okay with paying thousands of dollars for a watch. That's a whole world of education that's required before you even get to that point.
I thought you were gonna say you have to be on quite the far end of the spectrum, but
Well,
I'm
even
glad
rich
that's
people will scoff at the price of a Rolex.
of course,
it's
as they would on a luxury woman's handbag. People
Mhm.
think these are commonplace, but they really aren't. They really aren't. And they really aren't as easy to digest for most people. People are responsible. People have real life priorities, man. They're not like the average watch geek, which is a group that includes the two of us, by the way. We're not talking about Austin Daniels at this point. um Big Meat says, oh, sorry. I'm shocked at how few good examples are left. Japan is my go-to for Speedies and Seamasters. Japan is a very interesting market for vintage watches. I have to say that they usually have a great variety of examples, but they will also charge quite a premium for the best of the best. Like they're never afraid to list what is lacking, what is missing, what kind of condition the watch is in. But if they actually say, "Hey, this is A plus," that will probably be one of the highest price tags you will see if you're in the market for a certain model. So it's an interesting market, but certainly one that everyone should check out. And if you can actually go to Japan, and if you live in Japan, um, I would be more than happy to welcome someone who would educate us a little more about it and share the experiences. Big Meech says Arch is delusional at most points. He once said a watch should scare the shit out of you and max out your cards.
so
Depends
so
what
on
kind of
that,
cards you have.
yeah, I mean, even if you are a responsible and wealthy person, which I won't, I'm not trying to humble brag, but I think that I classify as that. Buying some of these watches will max out a credit card. Like, even if you got perfect credit score and big bucks, a credit card typically doesn't have a huge limit. And my credit score dropped by 30 points as soon as I bought one of my wife her watch. It was on the credit card for no less than no more than I decided I'll just roll the credit. I'll just wait till the statement comes in, pay it then. This is a responsible thing. You want
Yeah,
other people to take your debt if it's free for a little bit. Yeah, I was like, well, actually, it took
and
7 months for my credit score to recover from that one purchase.
you also want the points, right? That's one
Yeah, and the
advantage
points.
of
Yeah.
yeah. So I again, being a wheeler dealer and haggler and tire kicker, I like dealing in cash because that's how I get the best deal usually. But I can see the charms of using a credit card. And hey, unless you're really like a black card kind of high roller
Yeah.
person, chances are that most luxury watches, will get you pretty close, if not outright max your card.
Yeah. Well, and Amex isn't like, I don't know if you've ever had one before. I haven't had one, but I asked some good friends about exactly what the benefits of an Amex is, and they're not actually credit cards. I don't did you, they're not
Yeah,
actually credit cards,
they're
so you're
charge
you're not
card.
maxing out your credit. Now they may call you and say, "Do you really want to put this on?" just to double check, but using an actual credit card for like a gold Rolex, I don't necessarily advise it, but that's what I've done.
Yeah, I mean, there it is, right? That can be. In fact, that's why Archie still talks shite about Amex, right? Because it's a charge card, and you gotta pay at the end of the month, or you really get into trouble quite fast with them.
Right. I
Um,
remember his story where he used it like credit and it kind of isn't.
it really isn't. Not, I mean, there's no prevarication there. It just isn't. And if actually when it falls outside of your usual spending habits, like you said, they will either call you or you will have to call them to say, well, I'm going to make this big purchase, make
Mhm.
sure that it is pre-approved. And Big
Yeah.
Meech,
For
I
me,
mean,
I never pay for anything using my debit card. I just don't. It has no protection. So I'm not in the habit of. I've never used it for anything. The debit card.
mhm.
So it kind of had to go on the credit card just because I don't know. It was also our first purchase. So I was kind of nervous too. Uh, so I was going to start faffing about and like, oh, I don't know if this card works.
Wait, your wife's Yachtmaster 37, was that your first AD Rolex
Yes,
purchase?
yeah.
So all this Krispy Kreme bullshit, you glazed
I
our
never hid
eyes
that I
with.
bought the Yachtmaster.
Yeah, that's what opened the door. You go
Yeah, for
in, and as
sure.
first thing you get a precious metal 37 millimeter watch. Of course, that's how it happened. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I've never hid that. That's not.
I didn't say you hit it, but like
Yeah.
the and I'm also just kidding around because that's not your personal narrative. That's what we took out of
No,
that
no, no. It,
story
it
and
is
and
it
made
is
fun of.
like if you had to follow my footsteps, it started off with a precious metal ladies watch. I
Yeah,
mean, that's that's a normal story for someone starting in like 2020, which I did. That's a
Joe,
relatively normal story. So
welcome to the
2021,
panel,
sorry.
Joe.
End of 2020.
Joe, I love you, Joe. You know this?
Lord, I love you. You know this, right? But it's getting late, Lord. You need to get to sleep.
I'm old. I'm old. I'm waiting for my Michael to take over. Um, Austin Daniels effect, nitpicking over box papers. Yes, unpolished. That's the other thing that Austin is famous for, and looking for. And I think, to me, again, I have had my disagreements with Austin, especially the way he talks shit about ER and everything. But I do have respect when it comes to this. But to me, it introduces some sort of cognitive dissonance. For me, being in the market for vintage means that you gotta do with certain imperfections, right? No one wants vintage date just that has lugs polished down to a toothpick. That's for sure. But also, I'm at this point with the new CNC techniques and the way they are widespread, I'm more suspicious of like factory finish watches from the 60s and 70s than I am of a watch that has clearly seen at least one polish.
Now you're going to start seeing techniques to make the watch look appropriately aged.
Yeah, but I mean, there are dudes
Like it happens
who
with
make,
artwork, right?
there are dudes who make like fedora hats among hipsters, like with the right amount of patina and even a little bit of a burn on the edge
Just
or
got to
something.
rub the coffee grounds into the stainless a little bit.
Jimmy is here. Hey, Jimmy, how are you, man? And it's nice to see you. Thank you for reminding everyone to upvote. Alan says, I know I'm just hesitant. Oh, sorry, the level of attention to detail Austin has, second to none. Contagious. It actually isn't contagious. Just so you know, that's a neurological status. You can't catch it from anyone. Alan says, I know I'm just hesitant. This is happening fast for me. I love that the way we talk about these things, it's exactly replicates the dynamics of an amorous relationship.
Yeah.
I know I'm just hesitant.
Maybe I can help Alan along. I mean, that's the era and look of watch that I really like, but I haven't done all the research, and I certainly haven't done the haggling that Alan did. Like, should I just backstop Alan's purchase here? So I just say I'll buy it off you, Alan, for $100 less than what you pay for it if you're unhappy with after you get delivery. It's a beautiful watch.
Again, Alan, I feel like he's actually exactly like me. So don't take this the wrong way if I say it. But as much as I would hate to do business with myself, I would hate to do business with you, Alan. I mean, you must be hell to negotiate with. It's but good call, Ozzy. Just tell him that, and now he'll be more careful about what.
Yeah. If that backstop purchase, Alan, helps you in any way, you let me know. I might actually be interested in the opportunity of picking up that watch. Certainly at a price lower than you get it for.
Alan, in all fairness, I haven't seen the pictures because obviously you're negotiating the deal, so you don't want to publicize it. But the way you describe the watch, and I look at those watches once every so often because it's a model that I appreciate. Same with the 50th anniversary GMT model they have for the Seamaster. Again, pre-ceramic. So I constantly check prices, and 3K is basically what they charge for pristine, used but not abused examples. And oftentimes, it's very rare, in fact, that I see Omegas from 15, 20 years ago come with box and papers. So that's more so the case anyway. So anyway, you are getting a good deal anyway, but pay
whatever
what
makes
makes
you
you happy, what doesn't hurt you actually, against, I guess, Archie's what can I say? Against Archie's best advice. But yeah, I think you are getting a good deal. Corrado reminds us that some MX are credit cards. Yes, they do have an entry level thing. If you pay the balance before the statement dates, there's no effect to your score. And Alan says, I'm 90% debit. Everything might be a Canadian thing. Jimmy says, I charge everything I can to the credit card to get the rewards. Absolutely. The rewards, the points. Also good to use someone else's money for 30 days. hey, the banks do it to you all the time. Then pay it in full once the bill comes. And Thomas is
Yeah,
back.
Jimmy,
I've
I
been,
just wanted to comment.
of course.
So that is exactly what I normally do, and it is what I did with the purchase of my wife's watch. It's like I think like 22,000 plus my monthly expenses. All I did was wait for the statement and then pay the statement on due date. So that's all just auto pay, the statement amount. That resulted in like a 40-point credit score reduction for the next 6 months.
Interesting.
Yeah, so paying on time was no good.
Thomas, points, insurance, concierge. These are like Amex features. Emergency extraction, disability insurance, cancellation protection, theft, loss, currency exchange, the Centurion Lounge. Mike, welcome back to the channel. And Thomas, welcome back as well. I know I took a 1 day break, but the day before I missed you as well. So it's nice to see you
Yeah, I
back.
have thought about the Amex, but the biggest consistent thing that people liked was the lounges and the benefits that could be accrued with travel. But in the
Mm.
last couple of years, that seems pretty pointless.
Right.
And I've got 2 babies at the moment. I'm not traveling much.
Unless it's to visit relatives, when the I guess when the daughter grows up a little more. Jimmy says, hello, Mike David. And Ellen Gilda says, we all got Explorer 2s. Let's join the Seamaster bandwagon. I have something else in mind, but I've been rocking the Reverso squad. We can get your Reverso, Alan. It'll set you back a little more than an older generation Seamaster, but absolutely worth it. Jimmy says, rocking a Corleone shirt. Respect the Don approves. Yeah, I just got it actually. I'm very happy with it. It's I always like this sort of simple shirt with like one line of writing. So when I saw this design, I had to grab it. Alan Gilda says that red box and paper looks like it came from the bottom of a swampy lake. I've never seen a watch box deteriorate as consistently as that red Omega one. Yeah, I mean, look, they do it better now. That's all I will say in their defense. And again, they're usually more, the Omega boxes now are a lot more exciting than a Rolex box 70% of the time. Unless you're a huge Rolex fanboy, which you cream at the side of green, and that's fine. That's your personal ailment. Corrado says, Aussie, if you paid it a day before the statement date, that would have solved it.
That's possible. That's quite possible. I was told that, but the person was only guessing. It's funny that a bank person would only guess. Like I've got a client manager, private bank type thing, and they said they don't know how it really works, but he suspects it was just because I used most of the credit on that particular card, because I've got other cards. Like as a total amount of credit, it didn't seem that high, but because I nearly maxed out a single card, that was it. Now, how long if I paid by the statement date? I'd say you're probably correct, but these days, if I do something even remotely like that, I pay it off immediately. Zero. I pay down the existing balance, and then I do put the charge through, and then I pay off the new balance. It's like it's quite silly, quite frankly. They want us to have the credit, but will punish us if we even come close to using it.
Messaging Matters is back. Hey, man, nice to see you back. And he says, this is like a gem. One person's attention to detail is another person's OCD. Yeah, I wonder if it's an Australian thing. He says, but I think that happened in the US.
Yeah, I'm in USA.
Yeah, so Aussie, I know. Well, you can talk to this, I think, in every deal you made, because you made them in this climate through the AD. But I still want to know how you feel. What's the best watch related deal you have ever made?
Well, I think getting the Alpinist for like $300 after discontinuation on Amazon. Because those have been hard to get. The Saab 017, that's a good deal, and getting it so easily is just. I just had like this little alert thing, and it popped up. I was like, oh, okay. I'm pretty sure this is a scam, but Amazon's going to make me good. That's like 25% off on a discontinued watch. That's a pretty good deal.
All right, I'll take it. I'll take it. I mean, I asked for it, and because any other answer would have been too obvious. In this
Yeah.
climate, again, getting things at retail from an authorized dealer when it comes to Rolex, it's a no-brainer. But that is actually a good deal. I mean,
yeah.
wouldn't
Well,
take
the
an Alpinist
AD,
if
like
you
it's
gave it
hard
for
to
free.
say. Like at retail, like when say, okay, the monetary amount, it's a very good deal, but you don't see all the other things that it takes to get it. Like it's not. Yeah, it's sort of hard. Like if someone gave you something, it's like that's the greatest deal. I guess it is. So like genuinely, the AD is doing you a big favor, and you don't necessarily get favors just for nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean that's I guess what we refuse to accept sometimes because of the way the watch market has been. Essentially, when an authorized dealer offers you 90% of the things, now things are changing, but just a few months ago, when a Rolex authorized dealer offered you 90% of the models in the catalog, they were basically giving you free money, and that is a favor in one way or another.
Yeah.
Joe, are you there?
Yeah.
What about you? What's the best deal that you ever struck when buying or selling a watch?
Um, I've gotten a lot of my watches at discounts when I look at it, but um, I'd say the Explorer 39 still has to be by far the best deal I ever made. I got $1,500 knocked off that thing. And it was my first Rolex ever, first time ever being at that boutique. So bought it off the showroom floor.
What year
And
was this? What time?
2019, early 2019.
Wow.
And I never knew this place existed until somebody else told me about it. So it's the boutique that I still do business with today. But yeah, $1,500 off a now hot steel sports Explorer, the men's size. That's crazy when you think about it. It's crazy.
You also didn't know what men's size meant until you stepped into the store that day, right?
But I think the Explorer has rarely, the fact you got a discount, that's an incredible deal. Getting access to it, I'm not sure. Even in like, I think you would have found the Explorer 39 in watch cases right up until its discontinuation.
Possibly. Because this is 2019, so we hadn't really peaked, right? We haven't really peaked
Yeah,
into
it definitely would
madness.
have been in the case at that time. So Submariners
So
weren't in the case in 2019, but
yeah,
I suspect almost everything
yeah, the
else.
Milgausses were there, the Explorer 2 was
Milgausses,
there,
yeah,
the
Air Kings.
Rhodium, because the Rhodium Yachtmaster, I mean not Rhodium Yachtmaster, Rhodium OPs are still in active service,
Yeah.
and they so. But yeah, I think if we're not talking Rolex though, I think Omega has to probably be the best deal if we're not really talking Rolex because I got it for $6,500 on the Sapphire Sandwich, which is $7,200 at MSRP. So that's actually
The
pretty good deal.
3861, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good deal. That's a good deal. Not many people have reported the 3861 going out for a discount. Not at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's usually if only if you have a good relationship with a particular authorized dealer that you can.
I don't say I won't have a good relationship with them, but I think it would have been different if I would have called over the phone and asked for it. I think I would have been told to go F myself. But
Hmm.
given that I showed up and I did business with this guy in the past, and he knew that, I'm about 3 hours away from him, he said, "What brings you up today?" I said, "Well, it's just that Wixon's Jewelers in Minneapolis, Minnesota, guys. Check him out for bargains, deals. He will hook you up right. Ask for John, and for every purchase that you make, it puts me up the list for the Pepsi." Anyways,
Yeah. And just so you know, they are incredibly overpriced, but try to negotiate something. Yes, please, go ahead.
the Omega dealer, I asked for my Omega rep, and he's like, yeah, we've always talked over the phone. We've always talked over email, and like this is the first time we've ever met. And I think that had a lot to do with me being able to get a discount, and they only had
Hmm.
one in the case. So
Mm.
Yeah, the 3861 has been like in and out of the case for quite a while. I'm not saying it's allocation, but that's the reason no one's been getting discounts is that they've been easy to sell for them.
I think the sandwich is harder to get because when I was up there this last 2 weeks ago, they had two of the uh, Heath-Lite versions.
Mm.
So I think the
Mhm.
sandwich might be a little harder to get.
Yeah, what I to get mine, I had like this little scanner thing that told me when my AD had one of them in stock. And then once it was in stock, I started talking to my AD. I'm like, what Rolex can I get if I purchase the Speedmaster? Because no matter how hard it is to get over time, if it's in stock now, it counts as a soft purchase. So
Mm.
that's what I
Wait,
was looking for.
what are you talking about with a scanner thing? What does that mean? If you
Oh,
can
just like
enlighten
so
us.
their website has like basically whether or not you can
Okay.
order it online, and I have a robot that will tell me when it changes from out of stock to in stock.
Good. Yeah. And your Speedy is Hasselite Crystal or Sapphire Sandwich?
I
Which
got the
version?
sapphire sandwich. I think Meech is saying sapphire as well.
Yep.
Yeah, but
It's cool that they still do the Hasselite. It really is. It's sort of like a wink and a nod to purist, quote unquote. So it's a real, fan service watch, which most
I don't think they'd ever quit
brands
the
simply don't need to
Hasselite.
do.
Say it again,
So,
Joe.
I don't think they'd ever quit the Hasselite. I think if anything, the Sapphire sandwich would be caught before the Hasselite because the Hasselite's the OG. I mean, it's the
Yeah.
enthusiast watch, quite frankly.
what do you think sells more?
Sapphire
I
Sandwich.
want to say the Hasselite probably sells more on the newer models because they're easier to get and they're cheaper. By what? Like, I don't even think they're that much cheaper. I think only 100, $500, give or take, if that. But
Well,
they're
Joe,
just
in a world where most fools think vintage Rolex feels like toys, I'm not sure if they warm up to the idea of owning a watch with an acrylic crystal. I think even
Yeah,
if
you
it is
have to be a
cheaper,
real purist whiz to
I
want
think
that.
most people go with Sapphire.
And
I
the
don't know.
normies love the exhibition case back. Like none of my Rolex have impressed my normie neighbors, but the exhibition case back on the Speedmaster that gets them.
But I mean,
It's a beautiful
also,
movement.
yeah, you can't blame them for that because I mean, I understand the normie terminology. Don't take me wrong. I don't think
Hmm.
it's harsh. I think it's just objective description.
Civilians.
No,
But
it's got to be a much easier watch to sell normal people, quite frankly.
right, but the a hand wound chronograph movement, no matter how unembellished and workhorse like it is a beautiful thing to behold. And the more hand finishing there is on it, the more beautiful it becomes. I mean, the other thing that Omega can do, I don't expect them to knock off anything off the price of that beast, the 321 in steel, because I mean, I read up on it. They apparently have a dedicated workshop, which you would expect would expedite and make them available in greater numbers, but it really means that there are just dedicated personnel and a very limited number of personnel that assembles these watches, puts together those movements in the first place. Um, but yeah, if they found a way of making the 321 a little more widely available, a little more available at all, I think not many of them have been delivered so far. That could be an interesting game changer again for Omega, and I think it's again as a service to the diehards, because they are doing a lot of hype stuff more and more with every single release, so they need to pay back their more dedicated customers in some way as well, and it's already an expensive watch anyway. So
Yeah, just looking up the Caliber 321, talking 14,100 in a 39.7 millimeter case. Doesn't sound like crazy money, but it is double the regular moon watch.
that's right. I think that's what makes it really crazy money, because it is again, but that's a pure enthusiast watch, right? It's also a smaller case, so if you are just a run-of-the-mill Speedmaster fan, you might still, or a classic chronograph fan, well, not classic but modern chronograph fan, you might not habitually go for it, even if you have the money, even if you're offered it. It's really, if you're into the moonwatch history, that's one thing that you can do. Thomas asks, does the Hasselite only come with exhibition back? Negative, actually. Hasselite comes with the solid case back. Sapphire Sandwich, hence, Sandwich comes with a Sapphire exhibition case back.
I mean, just looking at the 321, I mean, I really don't know what the availability, but it kind of makes paying like $30,000 for the Silver Snoopy sound silly. Like, I mean, the Silver Snoopy is, it's a color scheme and it's cool lunar module on the back. It's a cool watch, but it certainly shouldn't be worth double a 321. But then again, aftermarket 321 is probably outrageous too.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I think the markup is quite significant on the aftermarket as well. But yeah, this is a beautiful watch. First of all, it has one of those beautiful old school Omega bracelets. Of course, the movement is built from scratch, because they didn't have the same base, same ebosh anymore, so they had to basically start from scratch and build it according to original specifications. It's just a beautiful, beautiful watch. Of course, that.
I'm having to sweat here because no, this is the wrong one. It's platinum. I can't find anything on Chrono. Let me pull the exact model reference from Omega's website before I claim there's no listings online.
Yeah. So since Lemania 2310, the CH 2070 was not available anymore, they basically had to build it from scratch. And I'm trying to remember what watch or what caliber they used to uh, base it on. Um, I think they like took a historic pre-moon Speedmaster that belonged to something, someone significant, but I can't find the name now.
So I'm seeing these 321s
Mhm.
for mid-20s basically. So less than a Silver Snoopy. What do you think? Silver Snoopy versus the Ed White 321?
For me, it's a no-brainer. I would say Ed White.
Yeah, I'd probably go 321 as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. So the Snoopy just looks really really cool, but it's got the exact same movement as the regular Moonwatch, and it comes on a hybrid strap, so you're still going to have to buy a bracelet.
And by the way, I think in either case, it's yeah. I mean, look, I think at retail, it's both are very hard to get. Unless you have very good relationship with AD, like a very established uh, purchase history with the boutique or something. It's both of those are very difficult watches to get at retail.
I'll ask Aaron at Horologio how hard they are to get. We'll see.
Big Meech, what do you mean with this? Fun fact with Meech, 5 of 8 watches have been discontinued, you mean, in my collection?
Oh shit,
Wow.
no. Meant to say discounted. Actually, yeah. So
Oh,
five of the
discounted.
8 have been discounted.
Good job.
Nice.
Well, how many of them
And
are
actually, like
Rolex?
2 of them, where you wouldn't think that I would be discounted. And like I didn't expect discounts on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Well,
love
I
it.
kind of half expect a discount on the Omegas, even the 3861. But
Mhm.
Right.
considering your timing, you shouldn't have gotten a discount. It's just eventually you should see people getting discounts for the regular
Well,
Moonwatch.
I don't know. The definition of discount is also kind of vague too, because I got a discount on my Cartier, and I was only $200 off, which is, in the grand scheme of things, absolutely nothing. But I like to count it as a discount because,
Sure.
well, you didn't pay the full price, you know.
Yeah, I mean, if you go to the boutique, they are gonna laugh you off the premises if you ask for a discount on a Cartier watch. So
Oh,
I
is
guess
that
anything you
true?
can get
Like, I mean,
from.
if you go, like, they've got some very high ticket items that I can't
Mhm.
imagine. Like, they're not Rolex. They're not everything's flying off out the door, right? So, like, they've got solid gold pieces that are like tens of thousands of dollars.
Oh,
Like
look,
20,
I
30,000.
wasn't joking when I said I'm top 10 tire kicker slash haggler. I do
Yeah.
I have gone through this experience. I'm the guy who goes into a luxury store and
Yeah.
chooses a few things, even when there's some sort of sale, which doesn't happen very often,
Hmm.
and which happens like, in limited locations at limited times. I'm the one, when I go to the cashier, I still ask for something more.
Hmm.
And 99% of the time, the answer is absolutely not.
Lord, I'm curious.
I've stopped asking my AD. It's been a year now and 10 purchases or something. I was
So
like,
I'm
no,
guessing, like,
I'm going
as
to
a rule
stop.
of thumb, you can always ask. I mean,
Yeah.
of course, you can
I've
ask at
always asked.
Cartier, you can ask at Hermes, but rest assured, they will not give it to you. And next time, they might not treat you the same way. Sorry, Joe, you were asking a question.
No, I was just gonna ask. Like, I'm curious. Are you the type to, like, go into a bakery or a meat market, try all the samples, and then just walk out?
No, I actually, I mean, look, not this version of me. When I was a student in New York
Mm.
City, absolutely, yeah, I would go into supermarkets and eat all the samples and not even shop for groceries for sure. Um,
But I'd haggle as a kid all the way through college for food.
yeah,
Like, I remember there's a sandwich shop where at the end of the day, like at the end of school day, like 3 or 4 p.m. coming out of college, going back home, I would stop by them. But that's their end of day, and they'd still have like chicken schnitzels that they would have had for lunch, but no one bought them. And I was like, what can we do on the chicken schnitzel? I remember the best deal I ever got in my life was 4 chicken schnitzels for like $5. I was
nice.
just on the train
That
stuffing
is a
my
pretty
face.
good deal. I mean, it's not watch related, but you gotta mention something like that.
You
Um,
got to haggle everywhere, like everywhere. There's as long as you know the person who can make the decision, it can happen.
So, what was the price that you found for caliber 321 on um
On
on
Chrono?
Chrono 24?
It sort of hovers. There's some listings for like 27, some in the
Yeah.
low 20s, but they're from international sellers, so
Yeah. So
I don't know.
14,100 is the list price, and it's 20K plus in the secondary market. Yeah.
Seems like a deal. Well, compared to the Snoopy anyway.
Yeah. Look, I mean, there's a platinum version too, of course, and that's gorgeous, but I'm kind of, when it comes to the platinum on this especially, or canopus gold, sorry, white gold. Um
No,
I'm
you're
kind
right.
of
There is a platinum. It's like 84,000 or something as
okay,
well.
platinum on a okay, there's a platinum. Okay, let's go through these now that I actually opened the page. Let's do that. So there's a platinum on this beautiful black leather band. It's a larger watch as well. This is a 42 millimeter rather than the 39.7, right under 40 for the steel. That's a 60, and this is one of the double-sided, croc straps, like with large scales for the strap and then small scales for the lining, kind of the high horology luxury approach. And then they also have the white gold, their proprietary Canopus white gold, which comes with a full bracelet, and that's in fact smaller. Scales right under 39.
They don't want to give you as much gold.
Right.
But I've heard this. I've heard this said about the Submariner actually. That the case size of the gold Submariner actually isn't as big as the steel Submariner.
Mm.
And I don't mean in critical dimensions. I mean, like, I think it's actually thinner or something like that.
Ah. It's supposed to be an more elegant, dressier watch, Ozzy.
Well, and the Daytona in gold is different to the steel.
Mm. And also slimmer.
I don't know about slimmer, but it has symmetrical lugs, unlike the steel watch.
Mm.
So it is interesting. They play around with it. You change the metal. It isn't just changing the metal. They may
Right.
actually purposefully design it differently.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, when it comes to the platinum model on this one, price point be damned, but I'm kind of two minds, forget about the dimensions, but yeah, like the ethos of it, I think. Precious metal Speedmaster is a little bit of a cognitive dissonance for me. It's like a precious metal Type 20. It's a purpose-driven utilitarian watch that has a particular historic importance and mission. So I feel like precious metal models should be reserved for very, very special editions, like genuine anniversary models of some sort that are sold in like 100 examples and that's it. Something like that. I don't know. Of course, other people will have a different mileage. What do you think, Ozzy?
On the gold,
Yeah, gold or platinum.
I just think in general, like it has to be pretty special to warrant the use of precious metals, and it's just not that attractive to me.
Mhm. And of course, the platinum, by the way, I think has meteorite for the subdials, right? If I'm not mistaken. So they have added a couple of things to spruce it up, for sure.
I also have a lot more trouble with like intrinsic value these days. Like the watch industry still rates platinum above gold. So yet I think we're approaching 20 years since gold has overtaken platinum in terms of value.
Alan is the only one who chose the Snoopy, by the way. Jimmy says, if I'm not mistaken, the recent auctions had a Snoopy up for sale. That's how hard it is to get one. Thomas says, buy a Beagle or get a Snoopy t-shirt and go with 3, 2, 1. Dirk says, Ozzy, maybe you should open your Amazon packages.
These are actually have been opened and they're going back to Amazon.
Nice.
It's the outbox you're seeing.
Jimmy says, the all rose gold Speedy is a stunner too. And the moonshine. The moonshine with the black subdials is love. And GB Vol says, nope. Looks like the Omega Moonswatch. Clown watch, bro. Jimmy says, yeah, I don't usually gravitate towards PM, but something about that moonshine Speedy speaks to me with the contrasting black dials and bezel. Let's check it out. Moonshine in this was this year's model, what they call John Mayer, or is it the earlier rose gold one that we're talking about? Because I think they had the... Are we talking about this one or...
What movement's in this?
Oh, this is the... I think this is the standard fare. Let's double check it though.
This is recent enough to be the 3861, I think.
Yeah, I think it's 3861.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. But it is finished very differently. That's for sure.
I don't think this is the one people have been asking for, though.
Red and yellow gold, sort of the McDonald's Happy Meal watch.
So wait, people are asking, I think, for the green and gold one, or the rose gold one.
Oh, Mitch, did you go to the ADs today? You said you were going with your cousin.
Yeah, it's a bit of a long story, but wait, we've got time. We've got time.
We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it.
Just forget about it, all right? Forget about it. Stugat.
I already gave Mitch a hard time, I think, about this, so he's maybe a little hesitant to brush.
Well, it's not my decision. It wasn't my decision. It's his decision. So
I'm getting angsty. I've got suspense now. I got suspense. I'm half thinking, did your cousin get sold something and you don't approve, but you couldn't protect him?
Yeah, this is, if we're talking about this is nice. And I love, of course, I always love a nice leather strap with contrast stitching on a chronograph. It's just
cheap and nasty leather.
My God. My God. It's under the Moonwatch. Okay, this is the anniversary series. So Speedmaster Moonshine. This one. Which one? I mean, there are a lot of the. I don't exactly know what they mean.
The green one.
This one.
There you go. To your right. Yeah.
This year. Okay. Yeah. Nice one. Honestly, again, from my standpoint, I'd rather have the Ed White, but I understand the appeal of this. I'd rather have
If
the
these had been
feature.
like 10K max, I probably would have bought one. But they're like 34 grand, aren't they?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
This is,
34,800.
I
Yeah,
mean
fuck
the
that.
regular moon watches are what 7.2. I mean, it's not going to be 10 grand for a gold version, but
Hey, old 21, nice to see you, man. Thanks for coming back. And Jimmy says, yeah, that one is nice, but I prefer the black subdials, black easel one. Let's, um, I guess this one or this one. I mean, it's the same on a full bracelet. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a cool watch. You can't deny that.
I'm not going to get over like the finishing. Is this really going to be that much better than like it's going to be different material? But I mean, I don't actually think the Moonwatch is finished that well. Like I don't want to I don't want to bring up any names, but like a lot of parts are pretty sharp from the bracelet to the edges of the case and so forth. It doesn't
The bracelet
feel
cuts you open like a razor.
nice. Yeah, we don't need hyperbolic, rubbish, but it actually doesn't feel as
Yeah.
premium.
In
I
that
think
case,
it's a $6,000 watch.
in that case, you really shouldn't mention the person you mean if you don't want hyperbole and exaggeration
Yeah,
and telltales and tall
yeah.
tales and whatever else. I mean,
Tall tales from
look,
Vienna's.
um, look. I mean, generally, this is how a lot of luxury watch brands make their money. Like the margins are uh, exponentially larger on precious metal watches. So the markup is not necessarily reflective of neither the price of the material nor necessarily the quality of finishing on the movement and on the case. Although golder precious metal Omega's Speedmasters, I think, do have movements that are finished slightly to a higher standard, although don't quote me on that necessarily. Um,
Well,
but
this one doesn't even look like it's got. So we saw the other one of the Canopus one, I think, and it
yeah,
clearly had a different finished movement. This looks like the same movement that's in my watch.
exactly. So yeah, I think it's really about the feeling and experience of luxury in precious metal usually than an actual increase in quality. To be frank,
So I'll be right back.
of course. Meech, Jimmy says, Meech, you are not going to get an all gold watch for 10K. Yeah, since
It's possible. I mean, Tudor shit went out for 16K.
okay. Well, I mean, look,
Is it going to be the best of quality? No, I get what he means, but I'm just
yeah,
saying, it's
just
possible.
just a few years ago, of course, you could get a 4-digit day date on a full bracelet for less than 10K easy. But those days are gone, even for 1803s. So I know I understand both your points for sure, but I mean you're not gonna get a full gold watch from Omega at retail for anything less than 25K. That's for sure. Even with reasonable pricing. Jimmy says, I think that person was flaunting that sharp BS for his channel. Yeah, I mean it was a hype uh, job of a campaign. I mean it's not. It was his way of catching a wave, basically. A lot of exaggeration, as always. Thomas says, I like the look of the green and gold GMT Rolex. Yeah. I mean, green and gold, it's a little too obvious, I have to say, but it strikes the right notes. I mean, it's a money watch, right? So I guess it's obvious, but hey. Tudor is plated. Isn't it rolled on Tudor? I mean, same idea basically, but Jimmy says, and according to the Omega website, this 3861 has special luxury finish, whatever that is. I mean, I would like to see it up close because there's a chance that the website image is computer generated anyways. So whether they render that special quality finish in these pictures, I have no idea. Thomas says, Man on the Moon Tantalum would be a winner. Could be an interesting one. And Jimmy says, Big Meech, you could be right. Regardless, it is seen as a much cheaper way to finish with gold.
Yeah, I was going to comment on that. Tudor's pretty adamant, or the reps are pretty adamant that it's real gold, but it just, if it is, they polish the fuck out of it to where it looks dull as shit. It doesn't look like, it looks like the rolled gold, like on their steel and gold chronographs or their black bays or whatever. It just, I don't know, I'd have a very hard time believing that solid 18 karat gold.
So wait, that black bay they have that's supposed to be in solid gold, that's rolled gold as well?
It seems like it. Now, I could be completely wrong on this, but it doesn't. If you see one in person, you'd swear it's like rolled gold or just it's polished to piss. Like it doesn't have a high polish on it, so it's like a very flat gold. You know, it doesn't seem like real gold.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, all of this reminds me of, the Breguet Type 20 had a special edition at some point. It's been a while now, but platinum with salmon dial. It was a looker. It was an incredibly beautiful watch. But again, on a hypothetical level, it seemed like an outrageous idea because, like a mil-spec military issued watch in platinum, a sports watch with a salmon dial, so there were all sorts of ways where this could go wrong, but it just looked amazing. And I'm trying to find a nice picture of it right here. Did you see this, Mitch?
Wait, what is this?
Miami Vice and a salmon colored sports jacket.
Oh.
I love that they chose something like that for the. Yeah, there it is. Man, oh man.
Yeah, that actually looks really good.
Right? And
Get rid of
again,
the cheap leather strap, and you got yourself a win.
Dude, Mitch, I love you because you realize that this is like the way you talk about leather straps is like you are saying moon landing didn't happen to Moonwatch geeks, The way you hit me in the
Are you
face
comparing me
with
to
that
Ron the
every time-
Shrink? Are you comparing me to Ron the Shrink? The moon landing
No,
was
I'm
all
comparing you
fabricated?
to Doc. Doc.
Yeah, no, excuse me, the doc. Yeah,
BBW.
the moon landing was fake. It was scripted.
But yeah, I'm I love you because you keep hitting me on the face with the leather strap thing, and my heart breaks.
Lord, I actually my very first 3 watches were all in leather straps. I used to wear nothing but leather straps
until you discovered how cheap and useless they were, and now you have upgraded to the Oyster bracelet, legendary, right?
I'll even wear native before leather if I can, or rubber.
Yeah, Jimmy, by the way, there was never a question that the Speedmasters we were looking at were 18 karat gold. We were talking about the Tudor gold Black Bay they have, and whether that was actually solid gold. And some people raised doubts, and I didn't even know that was even a possibility.
The two-tone?
No,
the
two-tone is
like the
rolled
green
gold,
one,
for sure.
the one on the leather strap which was so stupid they issued it on the leather strap only. Well, you also got a NATO too, I believe, with purchase, but so dumb. 16 grand for just a head, essentially.
Yeah, this one, Black Bay 58 79018. I'm gonna
Yeah,
bring it
18
up.
karat brushed.
By the way, yeah,
Um,
we were just looking at the Type 20 limited edition. I think they made about 90 of these in platinum, and it's the Transatlantique with the dates opening at 6 o'clock. Sorry, Ozzy, please go ahead.
No, I mean, if you bring up Tudor, there was a really good Rolex forum post showing that it's the 10-year anniversary of Black Bay this year, and
Yep.
we also have a rumored blow your mind release coming from Tudor this year. So we're probably going to see a new diver from Tudor.
Oh
Yeah,
no!
I've been
I'll start
banging
saving my
drum.
pennies.
That was the time when I was hosting the Archie Luxury show when he was in London. That was exactly the 10th anniversary of the Black Bay, so that was one of the shows. But yeah, I guess they're saving that release for later. But yeah, people have raised question about this particular model and it being.
There's
I've
no
been
question it's
offered
gold,
this
right?
watch.
That doesn't make sense.
I don't know. So if you seen this in real life, you swear it would be it's the same fucking gold that's on the rolled gold two-tone Black Bay, the 41
That would make
variant.
sense, but rolled gold is gold to your eye. I mean, it's not like plated gold.
Well, I mean, doesn't Tudor? I don't know. I could be wrong on this one, but I swear Tudor declared this one solid, straight through, 18 karat gold.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between rolled gold and this gold to the eye.
Either way, it just looks like crap, honestly. Or how do I say this? It doesn't look like it's 16K worthy.
I've got
That's
no
a better
intention
option.
of spending $16,000 on a Tudor.
No, you'd be stupid to. You'd
Like,
be fucking stupid to. Get a bluesy for that kind of money. Get a two-tone. Get the Wasp. Get anything else other than this for 16 grand. It's fucking stupid.
It's really dumb. You could buy all of the cool Tudors for the price of this one. You get a Pelagos, you get a BB58, you get the GMT, you get the Black Bay Pro. You get them all for the price of this one.
I've been offered this watch like 4 or 5 times.
At least it's 16K. Is that what it is?
Yeah, 16K and some change. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's again. I'm glad we moved to this because we were talking about the cognitive dissonance that certain watches induce, and solid gold Tudor is one of those things. I'm not saying I'm not against its existence. Probably it's the perfect watch for someone out there, but to me, again, for the kind of ethos they represent, which is to produce robust, reliable, hefty tool
I don't know what
watches
they're thinking.
with a vintage aesthetic. I've never expected them to make one, and I was surprised by the release of this model to begin with.
It had the see-through case back too, but the best part is they
Right.
didn't even do anything to the fucking movement. They just threw in a standard Black Bay movement.
Right.
I feel sorry for the ADs, quite frankly. Like if you're an SA working and normally you got a really cool lineup between Tudor and Rolex to be able to fling, and then your manager says you got to sell this one, you're so fucked.
It's not even finished.
Like they haven't even tried. Yeah,
It looks.
they have not even
It doesn't
tried.
look better than most of my Seikos.
So I remembered when I brought in my Speedmaster to my boutique, they were taking a look at it, and they turned it over to look at on the back there, and they said, "Wow, this looks so cool." I'm like, "Yeah, it actually makes sense on the Speedmaster, unlike your Black Bay."
Hey, the Black Bay ceramic actually looks nice. You want to pull that up?
Say again.
The Black Bay ceramic actually does look nice. The movement, it does have an exhibition back. and it actually
Okay.
does look nice.
Did they tint the sapphire or something to preserve a all black aesthetic? Possibly.
No, it's a completely
I-
different movement. It's
Okay.
it's METAS certified, so it goes into Omega's office, fully cased
Mm.
and gets certified. Will they actually
Yeah,
show?
that movement's blacked out, kind of essentially for
Yeah,
what it is.
in modern parlance is murdered out. It's a murdered
Yeah.
out watch. I think it's pretty cool.
I mean, it's subtle. I mean, the drops of purple are actually a nice touch.
The rubies, where that we also know them as the drops of purple.
These I've not even come close to seeing. The ADs don't even want to talk about this watch, as best as I can tell. It's basically unobtainium. It's not like Daytona, like you
Ozzy,
can't
you
get
want
one.
this?
It's just
You want this watch? I'll hook you up. My dealer is it's sitting in the display case right now. They can't move the fucking
You're
shit.
shitting me. This
They
is
offered
sitting
it
in
to
a
me, and I
display
said,
case.
"Fuck out of here with that shit. I want Field Sports Rolex."
Wow, really? You're not joking? Take
No,
some
I'm not
pictures
joking.
next time you go in, please.
Like I'll check again if you really want
And
it.
put
I'll
it on
check
your wrist.
again.
Please put it on your. So the thing that weirds me out about this one is it's 41 millimeters.
Yeah,
In
it's
my
the
head, it
heritage.
was
feel like
it was
it
a
doesn't feel
ceramic
like it, Ozzy.
BB58, but yeah,
No, it's the heritage case. It's the heritage case
yeah.
in ceramic, not the 58 case.
It's pretty forgiving, actually. It's very thin. It almost feels like a 58. I was actually because
Well, it
even the
doesn't have the
sales reps
weight
were
of
confused.
steel.
Yeah, because they were confused. They said, "Oh no, it's a 39 mil case." I'm like, "Are you sure?" I could have sworn it was a 41, and I threw it on my wrist, and it didn't look too shabby, honestly.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
but
also
as
the
far as
fact
I
that it's
know, they
not
still
on the
have it in the
bracelet.
case.
Yeah, it's not on the bracelet. It will make it wear smaller as well, in my opinion. Like that's my experience the last few days wearing the Explorer 2 and Rubber B. It feels much smaller. You know, its presence is less. It doesn't.
If you're serious, Ozzy, I mean, yeah, we'll talk backstage.
I want to see some pictures. Like this has had very little coverage overall. Like it's had almost
I
no hype.
used to have pictures on it, and I fucking deleted them all. Let me check my text messages with Tim because I
Yeah.
think I never delete my messages with Tim
I
for
think
a particular
I
reason.
think one of the unfortunate things, although it's kind of stupid. I'm sort of like I wish the passage of time didn't exist. It doesn't have the claim of being Tudor's first ceramic watch like the Pelagos does. Because there was the Tudor Black Shield Chrono before this that was a ceramic watch. So this doesn't represent as big of a landmark in terms of engineering for Tudor Rolex as it could be. You know, like the Pelagos, you know, being the only titanium watch from the company is a significant. You know, we're all curious. We're like, will we see more titanium or something like that? But you know, Tudor's been doing the ceramic stuff for quite a while.
No, I mean, I get it. I get it. I get excited about stuff like that all the time. But I did a whole little video about the all black aesthetic in watches and how it's coming back. And it's basically this year. Speaking of anniversaries, this year is also the 50th anniversary of Porsche design, and their first product was the chronograph, which was basically the first all black watch in serial production. Of course, in severely limited numbers compared to today, but that's another watch that's celebrating the 50th year. Of course, ceramic is widely used today and extremely hyped up by Audemars Piguet. The IWC has their own proprietary alloy of ceramic and titanium that they very intelligently named ceratanium. Anyway,
I think the main thing here, like in terms of where it's landmark, so it's ceramic, so it's cool, it's unique, but the fact that they're sending it into Omega's office and selling a METAS certified diver for a couple $1,000 less than Omega is. It's really cheeky and fun.
And it's by the way, the other one they just re-released is the Hoya Monaco Dark Lord. That's another all black watch they recently re-released. So it's like the flavor of the season. All black watches this year.
I have in the past had all black watches. In fact, I still kind of do. My Citizen, it's my oldest watch. But a premium all black watch, the black bay ceramic, I wouldn't mind it.
Don't worry, Ozzy. I'll take care of you with the 5%
Yeah, we'll see.
finder's fee.
I definitely got to see more footage though. Like there just isn't that much footage on smaller
Yeah,
wrists.
I'm looking through my photos here, through my conversations with everybody, and I never took photos of that one, I guess, which is kind of weird.
I wanted to throw out my best guess as to what Tudor will release this year of the 10th anniversary. I'm gonna say we're gonna get maybe a black bay diver that isn't actually heritage. So sort of like more modern sort of flavor, Tudor, which to me almost directly translates to basically make the Pelagos in stainless steel. So you're going to have the same lug shape. You're going to get some crown guards, and you're going to get a ceramic bezel. All of those elements aren't going to be the same as a Pelagos, but roughly speaking, that's my take. That's what I'm guessing they might do. Something that's sort of moves the needle forward to the 80s more than the late 50s.
The Tudor root beer two-tone bracelet is the problem child for many. Thomas Broadband reminds us of the Type 20 Platinum Salmon. It was 11K. They had blue too. They also had a salmon with rose gold as well, pink gold. But that wasn't as beautiful of a contrast as the platinum and salmon. And I think the rose gold with blue was nice too. And they also had the Japan exclusive. I think the model number is 3807, I want to say, where they had the steel with blue dial and exhibition case back and no dates. So the Aeronaval, that was a pretty good Type 20 as well. Jimmy says tool type watches like Tudor and Speedy don't really relate to solid gold design. I hate to admit. Alan says I was offered that green gold Black Bay 58 twice. Common sense kicks in pretty quickly when they mention the price. Jimmy says that's nice. I agree with Ozzy. Great contrast with that dial. Tudor RB looks nice and vintagey on brown leather, the root beer. And Thomas Broadband says, is that Tudor case layered with ceramic and steel like the Hermes H08 on steel?
Yeah, so the case is ceramic. Everything's ceramic on it. So, I mean, if you get a hairline crack on that watch, you're kind of SOL.
And Alan Gilda says about that Black Bay Heritage in ceramic, I like that murder out Black Bay. They should have done it in Black Bay 58. They might come up with that.
That would be cool.
Because the bronze they did that way. The bronze they did first in Heritage, and then no, in fact, the bronze they first did in 43 millimeters or something, and then they released a Black Bay 58 in bronze with a full bracelet. So it's possible.
Yeah, that would be really cool. Like I like what Casio does sometimes. So they've got their product lineups. They got the Square G-Shock, they've got the Casio, and then they maybe have something else like a more modern sort of roundish G-Shock. And then they'll have a colorway, and then you can get the colorway in all three of those families. It'd be crazy if they came out with a murdered out release where there was a blacked out Black Bay 58, a blacked out BB Pro, a blacked
Yeah.
out chrono, just all in one release, but 3 different watches. That would be,
Mm.
yeah,
I don't
they'd
think
sell
they
a lot.
will though, because the one that I tried on, I was surprised at how well it actually fit me. Because they actually my reps actually kind of put me on the spot when I was actually put it on. They said, "Oh, it fits you like legitimately perfectly. It
Mhm,
meets the criteria of not being too tall and the lugs barely hang off your wrist."
mhm.
So I mean, that thing's pretty compact for what it is.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, an anniversary is coming, and it's the year of all black watches.
Don't say anniversary, Lord. That's a bit of a sensitive subject, if you know what I mean.
I ooh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, don't mention it. No mention of that word. Um, Alan Gildo says Optic Watch Reviews has this ceramic Black Bay. It's his favorite Black Bay. Hey,
Yeah.
I certainly hope that you guys, when you're on these other channels, mention my channel's name as much as you do other channels' name here. Perfect. Again, I have no problem. Promote whatever you want, except for a couple that I genuinely hate.
Oh.
But yeah, I hope, again, this is a good moment, actually. We're almost halfway through. So subscribe if you haven't, upvotes, hit that like button. It really, really does help to give me just a little more exposure. And every single one matters, right? As I'm trying to make my way to 1,000 subscribers. And with that in mind, spread the word, share the link on other platforms, mention my channel's name as much as you mention other channels' names in the chat here, which I appreciate. We are a community. JB, welcome back. And in the meantime, if you want to encourage me in creating new and original content, if you want to support the channel before it gets monetized, if you want to help contribute, you can always consider PayPal at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com. It's also my primary point of contact. And I also have a Cash App at $LHVVV, $LHVVV. And I have at least one special guest coming your way next week, and some new content dropping as well. So I hope you keep your eyes peeled for that. JB, welcome back.
I just want to respond to one. I do like Optic Watch Review. I like you too, Lord.
I know.
But it was funny. He picked that watch up like on day 1 or 2, and then about 3 days later, the movement completely seized up, and then RSC had the watch for like months because they didn't know how to fix it or couldn't fix it. They sent it back, and they said it basically got a brand new movement, which raised a really crazy important question. Is that, well, a METAS certification is a movement cased in a watch and then goes through the certification. If they replace the movement in the watch, or even if they just merely open the watch, is it really METAS certified anymore?
It is an interesting question.
I bet all it did is they just put the case back on, they did the standard pressure test thing, and away you go. It's not really the same thing. But that's Tudor for you. The details don't matter.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say that, but yeah, but by and large, it's a different aesthetic. Thomas, I thought you might appreciate this. This is the 3807, a limited edition Type 20 they did for the Japanese market. I think right around the turn of the century, year 2000, more or less. I don't know how many. I'm guessing maybe closer to 1,000 than 100, maybe somewhere in the middle. But these had a glossy blue dial, like a cobalt blue or an electric blue, and an exhibition case back. It's a nice enough movement, the 582, which is Lemania base as well. Of course, the Type 20s usually have a solid case back, as a proper tool watch ought to have. Yes. Palwi says, upvote for Lordy Lord. Thank you, sir. And Palwi says, I love the blue dial Breguet with a Breguet Type 20 on bracelet. Yeah, I think, as with any Type 20, probably it had the option to get it either on the bracelet or the leather strap with that déployant buckle. But yeah, the Breguet Type 20 bracelet is actually kind of nice. Let me pull up a picture of that. You remember Archie's whole story with the Breguet Type 20, where he got it from a Japanese website and then he complained for days and months that the bracelet was too small and he had to order half a dozen links and how much each link cost. And I love how everything turns into this sort of
Fiasco.
a story with yeah, especially when like, the service centers and the boutiques start getting involved. So this is the Type 20 in its utilitarian and simplistic best, and that's the bracelet that it comes with. It's actually, I don't know why the graphic makes it look like that, but the Aeronaval, the no date version, actually comes with a fully polished bracelet and a fully polished bezel. The Transatlantique, which is the one that has a date opening at 6 o'clock, that comes with a brushed, glossy dial, brushed bezel, and with the center links brushed as well on the bracelet. But anyway, this is the aesthetic more or less. Marco is in the chat. Welcome back, Marco, to the channel. Jimmy says the blue dial Breguet is wow. Japanese market seems to get that many great limited edition watches. They deserve it. They deserve it. The Italian and the Japanese have earned our gratitude. If you are enthusiastic about vintage watches, you have to appreciate the Italians and the Japanese for having kept the passion alive, having saved so many, especially precious metal watches, from being smelted. Dirk Diggler says, I gave Lord a shite load of likes with, yes, guys, main account, troll accounts, everything. Pile it on. Hit that like button. It really does help. Marco says, I hope Breguet release Type 20 in the same style as they did for Only Watch 2021. One can only hope. And my hope, and I know this is mostly wishful thinking, is that they have discontinued the no date version in 2018. They have discontinued the date version in 2020. But when you open the webpage now, they still have the whole lineup listed as Type 20, Type 21, Type 22. So I'm sure something will come back at some point. But who knows? It wasn't the Type 20 specification issued like in 53? Am I foolish to think this? I'm not going to mention the word. Joe, you don't need to check me, but if it's 53, something's coming up next year.
Definitely not a payday.
Not for you. I think it might be 58 or something. Yeah, I think it's the 58 when these were commissioned. So nothing coming up as of yet, but the only watch 2021 Breguet Type 20 was certainly, if you're into manual chronographs, especially, it's one of the most stunning watches I have ever seen. It was kind of based after the models that were offered for the civilian market, rather than the actual military commissioned one, but it has that big eye aesthetic still, a nicely proportioned crown. The 29 was the one they designed more for, more after the military aesthetic, rotating bezel for 12 hours. And Valjoux hand wound caliber that they basically reassembled and finished for this particular watch. This was the 2019 version, which was more akin to something they produce for the military. But just the um, just the straps, man, just the leather straps look gorgeous. The way they're patinated, the contrast stitching, and the way they play so well with the dials. With every way that I complain about faux patina, I feel this is one of the most tasteful executions of it, because obviously this is a dial that's made to look like something tropical, but of course it's created from scratch as new. Stunning Breguet blue. Possibility, Thomas says, the new 39mm Explorer 1 in PVD, white dial, or full black. I don't think Rolex is doing any blacked out watches of any sort
Yeah, they'd
anytime
never do
soon.
That's
PVD.
not. This being said, how do you want to see a black watch? Like if it was going to be murdered out, what kind of treatment, finish, material do you want to see?
You
Meech?
know, yeah, Meech, what's your favorite blacked out material, if you have one?
I just don't like black watches in general. I mean, not to come off in the wrong way, but it just the idea is always great on paper, but the reality is they always look like shit after 1 to 2 years of like general wear because they start to flake, just they just never hold up. I would never own a black watch. As fun as they are to look at, I would never own one. A blacked out one anyways.
What about you? Turn the question to you, Ozzy. What's your favorite blacked out watch material?
Um, it's hard to say. I think almost anything is okay. So even just paint and how it sort of just wears off, it sort of gets that sort of battle worn look if there's steel underneath. So I don't think that that's terrible, but that's how I would anticipate it looking eventually. I think ceramic probably makes them like a lot of sense. So and it's more unique. So I'd say number one ceramic, number
Mhm.
two DLC, and then PVD followed by paint.
Okay.
And plastic, black plastic last.
Uh, I mean, in my case, I think maybe people thought that I didn't appreciate it because I was snarky about their naming, like, ceramic, titanium, ceratanium. Oh, wow. But I actually do like the IWC um, proprietary material, which is a mix of ceramic and titanium. So it has basically the solidity of titanium with the scratch resistance of ceramic. It does look cool, and the way they execute it also is it's quite nice because they kind of give a black tint to the exhibition case back, as well. So the all around black aesthetic of the watch, I really do love. Let's see, was it
That's very
no?
interesting. I'd love to see that in person. What that was it? Serotonin.
Yeah, there we go. IWC Ceratanium. Um,
Hmm. Yeah, that's cool.
and
Marco says Vanta Black.
Vanta
We
Black.
pull up the H Moser
I'm
Vanta
not
Black.
gonna. I mean, my comment to that was their designs are so terrible that they had to make something shittier to make the rest good, look good. So I'm gonna leave it at that.
I love their energy, man. I love their energy. It's so cool. Like, they're not for us, right? They're not for us, but I love their energy.
Yeah, but by the way, I just wanted to read Marco's passionate message about this Type 20 Omni watch. Two register, big eye, of course, syringe hands, bezel accentuates the whole design, twisted lock case, great big crown, awesome pilot style numerals. I mean, just phenomenal. Jimmy says, Marco Ferrante, what do you think will be the new Tudor? Do we finally get a Tudor sub? No idea, to be honest. I got the foreplay, but no happy ending. Wah, 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 wah. He did not reveal what the new watch will be. Again, most of what we talk about watches, it has to be amorous and homoerotic at once. Thanks for sharing that, Marco. Thanks for the mental image. Wristwatchholic says, can you do a comparison between Type 20 and Type 21? Now, uh, quick quick point on that. Type 20 uh, is something Breguet revived in 1995. This is pre-Swatch. It was owned by a corporation from Bahrain called Invest Corp. It was supposed to be something more attractive and a little bit of an outlier for the general public, but it wasn't actually a model revived from their archive per se. So it's not a model name, but it's basically the paper of specification that the Air Force arm of the French Navy provided to them in the 50s, in addition to some other companies like Auricoste, Dodin, Arain, and others, Arin, I should say, um, to produce a pilot's chronograph. So Type 20 has that heritage, and there's a Type 21 specification too that some of those companies continued producing. For example, Dodin. Type 21, however, is just a continuation of Breguet's own line. So it does play around with the concepts, but takes it somewhere else, because Type 20, when it got basically reissued for civilian production in the mid 90s, basically got a little bit of a makeover, but not significantly. The case was enlarged from 38 and change to 39 and change. The lugs have from this more utilitarian shape were turned into a teardrop kind, and the case itself was made polished, all high polish, with again a characteristic of fluting all around, which is kind of an aesthetic sign for Breguet as a design. Coin edge, people sometimes call it, but otherwise it was pretty true to the mil spec origins of the watch. Type 21 is 42 millimeter chronograph. It has a slightly upgraded movement compared to the Breguet 582. It's again a flyback movement though, and it's not. It is the improvement is that it is column wheel if you prefer that, whereas the 582 is cam and lever operated, so workhorse, common sense movement in Type 20. Type 21 has a slightly better movement that has the same power reserve, operates at the same 4 hertz frequency, has always a date, the Type 21, but is also a column wheel chronograph in addition to being being a flyback chronograph. So it's a bigger watch. It's more of a luxury watch than the Type 20. It is still in the lineup, especially in the rose gold configuration. You can find it pretty easily if you step into Breguet Boutique. And yeah, over the years, they produced a lot of silly models of it. But I think ultimately it's a very beautiful watch. I like the fact that a lot of them come with this integrated titanium end links into the ends of the leather strap, which makes it sit absolutely flush with the case. So it has this luxurious feel. The pink gold case, chocolate brown dial combination is always the winner chicken dinner. And again, the dial is a little more has more of a visual intrigue, a little more of an involved finishing, etc. So overall, I think Type 21, it's bigger, it's flashier, it's a column wheel chronograph, and it also has this more of a feel of a luxury than a tool watch feel that the Type 20 has. And I think it also has, in addition to the chronograph seconds, I think it also has an elapsed minute hand as well in the center. So that's an additional function, of course. This big eye actually serves as a day and night indicator, I believe, rather than a totalizer. Now, I might be mistaken on that. I don't want to mislead you, but that's what I understand very quickly. But in general, it's basically a bigger, more luxurious version of the Type 20, perhaps more in line with Breguet's pedigree of a high horological house rather than Breguet Type 20's pedigree of being a mil-spec pilot issue chronograph. That was the running minute hand. That's not the split second. I think Type 22 might, but that's a different genre altogether. Yeah, it is. You can call it the 60-minute counter, but it operates in the center rather than a subdial. Very nice piece. Thumbs up. And the design of 3810. Yeah, that's the reference number for Type 21. I mean, look, I don't necessarily disagree, but I wouldn't go that far. I think Type 20 is the kind of design that you wouldn't want to spoil. So I don't think you can improve on it. Daniel Roth needs back in with Breguet. They need help. Possibly. Piruka. Hey, Swiss, welcome back. He says, best deal I made, Vacheron Traditionnel full set brand new for $13K USD. Nice. Nice. By the way, I mean, I guess this is a good moment for me to share the best deal I've made. It was with a jeweler in Beverly Hills. And this was around the time when I was discovering Archie Luxury. So it's my Polar Explorer 2. And I've been eyeing a couple of different Rolex watches at this jewelry store, but I realized the one time I went, they didn't have much left. They had a few Datejusts and this Polar Explorer 2 that have been sitting there for a while. And I asked, may I take a look at this watch? And they were like, oh, we are tired of people asking for watches, for Rolexes. We will be really happy if you take it off our hands. How much are you asking for it? $5K. I was like, that's a little outside of my budget. So I'll give you 4. No way. Okay. Well, I mean, all right. Well, that, I guess we can't make a deal. When I was walking out, the guy comes from because it's mostly operated by women, right? So the guy comes from the back. He turns out to be the husband of the actual woman who manages the store, but this cantankerous older man tells me, okay, well, I mean, I'll make a deal with you, but I will not do 1 penny below 4,500. I said, okay, I'll take it. And then I figure out, I thought it was a naked watch. I figure out that it has the papers and the box as well. So I was like, okay, I'm good. This is actually a great deal. Again, it might not be the steal or deal of a century, but this was the best deal that I made that I wasn't even thinking of making at that particular point in time. I wanted a Polar Explorer 2, but I didn't realize I could score one that was great condition.
With everything, yeah.
Box and papers for that price. Fries with Mayo reporting from Geneva. He says, best deal I've made, 861 Speedy 1969 with no NASA case back, below 3K in 2013. Nice. And Marco says, best deal I made was getting Ming at retail. And Meech says, Ming is king. I lose sleep over Ming. And Marco says, I haven't slept since I received it. I wouldn't, I mean, I can think of all sorts of
Is this a problem with the movement? It ticks very loudly.
I was gonna say there must be a problem with it for you.
This is a grinding.
I really can't. I can't find a reason for it to be exciting in any way. But again, look, as I said about certain, utilitarian, military issued, mission oriented tool watches in precious metal, 99% of the time I might not appreciate them, but I know there's a watch enthusiast out there who loves them. So Ming is the same thing. It doesn't hit the right notes for me, but it is what it is.
It's the next Parmigiani.
And Piruka says, Marco, best deal you made is accepting Roman Sharf's job offer. And he says, definitely Swiss. And Alan says, that's a great deal. It was a great deal. Again, it's the best deal I've made. It wasn't a steal. I was trying to, like you, Alan, I was trying to haggle them all the way down to a steal, a completely unreasonable price. Well, in my defense, I didn't know it had box and papers. So, I thought 4K might have been fair. But 4.5 was just fine, especially with box and papers. Marco Ferrante says, I just lose sleep thinking about my collection. That's a gem of a phrase you have invented and thrown out there, Marco. I think we'll talk about this for decades. We'll be losing sleep over Marco's creaming about other people's collection. Thomas says, best deal is when everybody's happy and smiles. And I also said earlier that best deal is the one that you'll make next. Best deal is the next deal. You always shoot for something better.
I just want to talk some meta Oh wait, go ahead. Or is it?
Losing sleep joke is a classic, never to be forgotten, and Marco agrees. Sorry, go ahead, Ozzy.
Yeah, just some meta. Like, I've been doing the shorts on my watch channel, just seeing what works, what does. I've been putting a lot of effort into the individual shorts. Like, they'll involve like 20 different cuts and close-ups and so whatnot. I went to have dinner and I just picked out a Fanta, took one shot of the Fanta, one shot of my watch, and this is the one that's going parabolic. Do I get it? It's like this is just blowing straight outside of the normal range. I'm like,
Which
what
one?
on
Which
earth?
one is that for which watch?
The Explorer 2, but I've just got a shot of a cup of Fanta before just doing a regular wrist roll, and that's what gets the YouTube algorithm going, apparently. Meanwhile, putting that strap on in a different video is ratings poison. I think got 7 views.
Really? Well, I mean, you would imagine putting a strap on would enhance your chances, Ozzy. But I'm sorry to hear that. Let's see. I wanna see.
But yeah, it's weird what works on YouTube, what doesn't.
The very
I
last
don't
one,
know.
right? The 232 views.
Yeah. It's up to 290 now on Studio.
It's with Fanta or something.
Yeah. But I don't. It's got the same keywords as a short I did 2 days ago. Effectively, it's like, okay, this one just explodes. I don't know.
Maybe people love seeing orange soda in their faces.
Yeah, it's just you got to do more fast food.
That's the Americans like.
Yeah, it's like, oh yes, look at that color on that drink.
Okay,
I can taste the diabetes.
Alan, guys, speaking of deals of the century, Alan made a deal on his Omega Seamaster that he was talking about earlier, 2007. It is the first automatic version, basically, reference 253180, first automatic Bond watch vibes. Hey, congratulations. Bought and paid. Thanks for pushing me over the edge.
Yeah, congratulations.
Congratulations.
And Mike David says, don't forget, Marco, Bear got your sub. And Marco Ferrante says, thoughts on Cartier tank Louis Skeleton. It is 39 millimeter tank, which is bigger than most. I love the skeleton design. Let's pull it up. Jesus, I hate it. I hate skeleton watches, by the way. No offense.
Oh really?
Yeah.
I think it's pretty cool. I like it, but it's a lot of money. But I like it. It actually shocks me just that Cartier's movements for the skeletons that I've seen. It looks like not enough movements to actually work. Not enough pieces to actually like it. Just like especially on the new Preve tank chinois, that thing like it hides like 3 cogs. It's like, how does that work? It's like, where's the rest of the movement?
Marco is genuinely angry at me again. But the fact this design is amazing. I wish they made this in steel for like 8K. And I wish I had 4 eyes so I could poke out these two and still continue seeing after
Marco,
having been exposed to this monstrosity. But hey.
But Marco, wouldn't it be better at 7K? Right? If we're choosing arbitrary prices here, why not? How about 7 or 6? Let's do 6K for a skeleton.
By the way, I don't know why I have like, I think this is like what is this? Which this is Denmark. Like why do I have it in Danish crowns?
But I think like a skeleton Santos is like 30-something thousand, I think. You know, and that's
They make
like
a
that's
few
no
of them
steal.
that are good.
I like them. I like, but I'm like, I'm just still shocked at proposing that they would make something a skeleton for $8,000.
I think the Crash, like the ones that they do in very short, limited productions, the Crash tanks are fucking amazing. You know, the ones with those kind of like crooked cases, essentially. That's
No,
kind
I
of
love the
designed that
Crash.
way.
It's super cool. I really dig Cartier. It's so cool.
High-end horology.
Well, also the jewelry.
Not
They
really,
had this
but
little pocket thing where it was just this
I was waiting for him to fucking call me out on
panther
that.
with jade eyes just sticking out of your thing. That's like $27,000.
I mean, to be fair, Joe, you call Ming high-end horology,
Ming
so
is high-end. It's
I
the
guess
next FP Jorn. It's
in
the
that
next FP Jorn.
world, this should be like exorbitant horology or something, but it really isn't. They make a good watch, and also they have great timeless designs. At least two of them that seem to have a very wide appeal and a kind of unisex appeal too, which is again
Yeah,
an
that one,
important
the
power.
skeleton. That's steel, isn't it? It's a PVD steel on with a DLC coating.
Let's see what it says. Yeah,
It's like
ADLC coated
$50,000.
titanium. ADLC coated titanium. It says.
Titanium, okay.
Yeah.
A little more special. But yeah, it's 50K.
Honestly,
Break out the credit card.
Aussie, again, as someone who doesn't like or appreciate skeleton watches, I think it's more fitting to this watch's ethos than a tank in skeletonized design. It just looks too precious, too delicate, and just it just doesn't hit the right notes. This kind of looks cool, especially with the DLC coating, etc. This is okay.
Is there really any point of titanium if you're gonna coat it in DLC anyway?
Lightness, because also it's skeleton, so this should be like feather light.
Yeah, ultralight. Yeah, I guess they're going with that feel.
I think so. I think they wanted something that just didn't, that just disappeared on the wrist. Because it's a pretty thin watch too.
Yeah, and it curves nicely. With combined if not a bracelet, this thing would probably be like 80 grams. I'm guessing, maybe less.
Let's see. They
maybe
might
a lot
advertise
less.
something like that. They might advertise something like that since it's something they clearly aimed at.
And because it's not a bracelet, it shouldn't be altering weight. So I think that's the main reason they don't have weights, is because you don't know how many links you're going to remove.
Let's see if it says anywhere.
They do have a steel DLC that actually is pretty easy to get. I usually see that in the case very often. In response to Jimmy, who says who knew Cartier could look so good murdered out. I don't know what the A in ADLC stands for.
Anodized, maybe? Not sure though. Let's see.
Type in diamond like carbon in there as well. Maybe you'll, because I'm not sure if they refer to it as just DLC for the steel watch.
Amorphous diamond like carbon. Or amorphous. I don't know how you pronounce this.
I have no idea what that means. Maybe it just means DLC. I don't know. It's sort of like the distinction without a difference, like got a Burger King and they go, "Oh, this is Angus beef." It's like that's the most common beef. So
Yeah, I mean, because when you go by the actual, the usual dictionary definition of the word, I don't even know why you would use that to refer to a technical coating, because it means like, something that doesn't have a clear form. Like that's not something you want to advertise or front load. So I really don't
a
know what it means.
virtual coating. The basal tone difference. Like, huh? What do you mean by? So
Let's
you
read.
didn't put the coating on?
Let's read their own copy with which a SJX relates here. What does it say? Grant's first use of amorphous diamond-like carbon and nanocomposite coating, ADLC possesses diamond-like properties, including high corrosion and scratch resistance, improving the robustness of the watch case. But like all coatings, it can detach if the material below is dented or scratched deeply. Okay.
Doesn't sound much different to DLC.
Right. I guess
Alan
maybe
Gildo says ADLC still identifies as DLC.
right. It means DLC, but Cartier complicates it so they can charge more dollars. Well, all luxury brands do that to a certain extent, so we can't, I guess, blame him so much more. And how much is that tank at retail? Limited edition, all sold out, I think. He says this was the tank skeleton, tank Louis skeleton. Jimmy says they do that skeleton justice, though, sticking to the design characteristics that make a Cartier a Cartier. You can tell right away it's one. Ming is the next Rebelle Forcé. Mike David says, settle down, Marco. The titanium on that Santos ADLC is skeleton is Viking. Nice. Who knew Cartier looked so good? Murdered out. And Mike agrees that it is nicer in Santos than Tank.
Oh, so a Morpheus DLC results in a material that doesn't actually crystallize. Yeah, so Mike David says it, but the functional difference is that it won't crack. It's they're saying DLC can crack because it's crystalline. You can crack it, so you can't crack a Morpheus DLC.
So this basically doesn't chip away unless you scratch and dent it so bad that it affects the material below it.
I think it can still chip away, but what it won't do is if the underlying, say the case is steel, right? And under different temperatures, the steel will grow and contract. There's a possibility the diamond-like carbon will actually crack under those conditions, where the underlying steel expands or shrinks, while the carbon actually won't expand or shrink, as far as I know.
Jimmy says we learn something every day, and we're past 2 hours. Guys, if you have learned something today and if you have enjoyed the show so far, please hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't. It's really valuable for me. Spread the word. Talk about this channel as much as you talk about other channels on this channel. Send the link out on other platforms. Be my guest and help me reach my first major goal, which is 1,000 subscribers. I would really appreciate that. Until then, if you want to support the channel, if you want to encourage the work I do here, if you want to contribute in your own way, PayPal is still available, and that's at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com, my primary point of contact. And I have a Cash App, $LHVVV, $LHVVV. That being said, I have very special guest coming on the channel next week. So keep your eyes peeled for that, along with a heap of content on new releases and some interesting developments. So guys, the information is in the crawling ticker for the contributions and the video description, and anything is well appreciated, as well as your support and presence from the chat and here on the panel, Aussie expats and Big Meech, who are almost always here.
I've been fiddling with my ring, so hearing about new materials, I don't have a wedding ring. I've got multiple, and then none of them are precious metal. But this one's titanium. I like to wear this when I got the Pelagos on, but it also happens to be the only one that's the right size. Yeah, so having a stainless one, I'd love to get a 904L, but I can't find any DLC rings. It seems like that should be easy. I can find PVD ones, but I want DLC. I want this ADLC.
Yeah, now it has to be ADLC. You're right.
It has to be ADLC.
Dirk Diggler says, "Is it the JLC CEO? Introduce me." And Jimmy says, "Dirk is a legend." Guys, there's going to be one happened already in Seoul. They have a new Reverso exhibition that's been going around. I think it's gonna go through the US as well, and I think I'll be invited like last time. So hopefully by then maybe we'll have a full interview. But next week's guest actually is not Catherine Renier, so it's someone else. But hey, Dirk, if we have the opportunity, I would be more than happy to introduce her to you. She's a lovely, lovely person, one of the best CEOs in the business. It could be cool that if she ever becomes a guest on the channel, absolutely. I think that would be great. And Alan says, I love her. Yeah, it's she has a whole fan club around her, although yeah, anyway. You're looking for an ADLC ring?
Yeah. I couldn't find any on Amazon. That's my normal go-to for high-end luxury jewelry. At least for men's rings, anyway. I have such a tiny lady-sized fingers in terms of width. I have a size 6, which is the same size that my wife wears. But my fingers are so long, you really need like a 9 or 10 millimeter width ring to make it not look like a lady's hand. Like if I wear like even just a 5 millimeter, something more normal, like a wedding band size, it just looks like a lady's hand. But I'm not a bachelor, so there's no advantage to having a hand that looks like a lady's hand for a little while.
All right, I'll take heart in that, Aussie. Having quite dainty hands myself, and still being the most eligible bachelor on Watch YouTube. And most people still have doubts, where I go. So the world is my oyster. Guys, with that being said, let me share my Instagram account. And whether you're a man or a woman, or you identify as anything or anyone at all, slide into my DMs. This is my Instagram account. Everyone is welcome. Slide into my DMs. Come on to me, flirt with me, seduce me. Jimmy, hey, look, jokes aside, she's a lovely looking woman, but she had to have wicked smarts to become a CEO of such a prestigious brand. I think she also has had a huge, decades long experience with, I think, Van Cleef and Arpels. I know for a fact that she was, for the most part, with a jewelry company. Hopefully, I'm not confusing anything here. But let me see. where she was before Gégé Lecoutre. Yeah, she was like president of Asia Pacific for Van Cleef and Arpels for 14 years, and before that, she worked as the retail development director for North America in Cartier. So from 99 to 2018. So she basically worked for 2 decades in the luxury industry before achieving that position, which is significant. Aussie expat is ring shopping, big meat, God knows what. Guys, by the way, yes, let's turn the question off tonight to the lovely people in the chat. I know Alan just made a great deal on pre-ceramic Brosnan era design Omega Seamaster. What was your best watch related deal? What was your deal of the century or your steal when it comes to buying watches? Dirk Diggler says, when we get married, I will invite you to our chateau, to a party. Well, that would be an honor to accompany you, Dirk. Jimmy says, attaboy, Dirk. Hopefully current wife won't mind. Dirk, tell me, beyond obsessing about the Gégé Lecoutre CEO, what was your most lucrative? What was your best watch deal? And Jimmy, you too. Have you made any deals of late, or maybe in the past, with watches that you feel proud of, that you feel like you got away with murder? Bruce G says, didn't JJ come on your stream? You should return the favor. I didn't look at it as a favor per se. It was great that he did. It was great that Marco did, that Mr. GMT did. It's great that Aussie Expat comes and Big Meech comes. We're having a conversation, and I think sometimes it's pretty good. Professor comes, Swiss comes. Everyone is welcome, and I don't have any opposition to coming on other people's channels, a few accepted. Certainly JJ's show, Gentleman's Hangout, is a friendly channel to me, and if and when I have time, I would be more than happy to jump on. I just did not have the opportunity, Bruce, so it's not intentional, and if I joined them, it would not be a favor. It would be my pleasure. So I don't think they made me a favor. I don't think I would be making them a favor by appearing on their channel. I just would be part of a conversation that I'm enjoying. This says, and welcome back, this, Boker Tov. I got a discontinued Seiko Orange Monster, second generation SRP 309 for 175 when they went for 400 on the used market. Nice. That's a great deal. Dirk says, and when you jump on this, I think the link is pinned there, but I will send it out again. You can show it to us if you want to jump on, of course. No pressure. Dirk says, I only have 4 heavy hitters and I paid retail on all. Sometimes, paying retail can be a good deal. That's a great deal that you got on the Orange Monster. And Dirk Diggler says, I sold my Grand Seiko for 2,500 more than what I bought it for. Yeah, as a sell, that's a good point. If you made a little bit of profit there that you poured back into watches, as I can understand, that's you can't be blamed for that. Thank you for your support. Jimmy says, not yet, still flirting with making a good deal, so to speak. Yes, the best deal is the next deal, man. Go for it. I fiked up some time ago, passed on a really good deal on a Speedy from a gray market dealer.
So, there's been a lot of Tiffany blue craze for quite some time now. And one of my oldest videos is actually getting a lot of more attention because it happens to be the Tiffany blue frame. So this is a pistol I built for my son in the year of his birth, and yeah, it's just getting a lot of people like, where do I get that frame? Where do I get that frame? But yeah, everything Tiffany blue now is just super hot. I got it because it was $10 cheaper than the black one, and I said I don't care about the color.
It reminds me of my Mexican gloves.
Yeah,
it's puffy gloves.
They're like a horsehair foam hybrid inside. So even though they are quite padded, puffy, as Joe likes to say, you can really feel the crack on these when you hit the heavy bag. So I love them, and they're in Tiffany blue as well.
Alan Gilder asks, "Is that a Glock?" It's a non-Glock brand Glock built by me. I put it together myself, so I intend to give that to my son one day, just like the watch that he got.
Hey, you're muted
today.
Yeah. Hey, where's the deal? Where's the steal of a century orange monster? This. Dun, 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 dun.
Very cool.
Yeah, it's an amazing watch, man. I love how severe this thing looks. Like, it looks like it will bite into you in every way.
Do you have the vampire version?
I think you're still disconnected. By the way, you are not muted, but we still can't hear you. Okay. Come back. You can blame it all on me. Alan says, I love that monster. All right.
How about now?
Yes, sir.
There we go.
Loud and clear. And Jimmy says, Tiffany blue gun and Tiffany blue boxing gloves only on the Untimely Meditations channel. Nice recoil there. Feels good.
I have another Seiko deal that I made.
Yeah, tell us more.
This is the SPBN 007. Do you know it?
Oh, yeah.
It's a tuna.
Nice.
Yeah, so I got it for, I need to
pull up the files.
Paid for $440 while it costs around wait, let me tell you, costs around $900 on the used market. So yeah, it's a great deal.
Nice.
But other than that, usually in watch deals I get fucked. I lose money, man. I lose. I'm not a haggler, I want the watch, so I pay more and I sell it for a loss because I want to get done with it.
Wait, how do you buy at prices that you're not happy with? How's that happen?
Because my how can I say, my yearning for the watch is stronger than the fact that I'm not happy with the price. So just okay, I'll pay more. I just want the watch now. It's fucked up, but that's how it is.
Hey, I mean, that's for better or worse. If that mentality wasn't so widespread, you wouldn't even have the whole phenomenon of hype watches, right? A lot of people are unfortunately happy to part with their money if they want that watch bad enough, and they don't mind paying above retail and twice above retail. So it just starts adding up at some point.
Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, don't feel too bad. And hey, those must have been good deals on the other end. So let's bring in those guys.
Yeah.
that
Hey,
you
no,
sold them both from.
did I show you my Seamaster? This Seamaster?
No, you did not. Not on the show. No. Nice. This is the old school.
Yeah,
The
this is the
Mercedes hand pre-bond.
pre-bond. Yeah, pre-bond. I really,
Lovely.
really, yeah, love
I
it.
love the bracelet on that one too, and the case shape. The way
That is
Yeah,
cool.
it's like
comes together
Patek.
really nice. Yeah, like it's like an integrated look.
Yeah, it was very nice too. Very.
How big is that? That looks good.
39 or 40, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, so it seems like a modest size, unlike the current gen, which is now at 42 millimeter, I think.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's 8 a.m. in Israel, by the way.
Boker tov.
Thank you. Boker tov.
The speaking of Omegas that are from another era and that have a very unique look and come on integrated bracelets. This is one of my favorite oddballs from Omega's history. These are Speedmasters made for the German market. So they were called Teutonic. Well, they
Wow.
came to be called Teutonic for that reason. Very unique case shape. Acquired taste, admittedly.
Wait, you just said it's 2 a.m.? How are we
8.
being blinded by your... Oh, 8 a.m. Okay.
Hey,
All right. I was like, how am I seeing sunlight? Last I checked, Israel was not above the polar.
No, I mean, look, they tried sending people anywhere, but you know, but the biblical lands in the past. But we persevered somehow. So we're still in the Mediterranean.
I've worked in Israel actually. I spent time at the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange.
Oh,
cool,
Not for
man.
long, a couple of weeks.
Did you like it?
Not really. They treated me like shit. No, it's like it wasn't the country. It was like, but the client treated me like shit. Was not fun. But also Tel Aviv, it wasn't quite what I expected. I liked the beaches and stuff, but the city itself was far less modern than I expected, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I expected a shining new city by the beach, but it's not
that's how it's marketed usually. So
Yeah.
I guess you can understand why you had that expectation. But Dirk says, "This man, when do you sleep? During the day, my sleeping hours are fudged up." And Alex Biz, welcome to the channel. I purchased a SARB or SARB 017 for 300 Australian. The exact date was announced that it was discontinued.
That's the exact same watch, and I think for almost the exact same price that I said I was happy to have gotten it. Let me double check. I have to double check. Yeah, I got it
Yeah.
post discontinuation and just from Amazon. Like it was.
Jesus,
Yeah.
look at the delusional prices they're asking for this watch.
Stop killing the hype, Lord. This thing will overtake the Hulk any day now.
You want to sell yours or something?
I don't have any emotional attachment to it.
Oh,
I mean, certainly, like if I could get $1,000 for it, I would. But a lot of these ones that are fetching a lot of money really are in pristine condition, and I've worn mine a fair bit too. I've never worn it with the included strap. That thing's horrible. That's not the OEM strap.
Dirk Diggler says, I worked in Israel too for about a week or so. Alex, Wristwatchholic says, can you check the new Omega Seamaster Burgundy World of Omega edition? I haven't even heard that. Let's see. Omega Seamaster Burgundy World of Omega edition. What the hell is that?
So I paid 408 for my Alpinist, but that was a good deal. It was about a year after discontinuation, not the day of discontinuation.
What is it this?
Reminds me of a code 1159. Except that this one actually looks decent. Actually, reminds me of a Sacred Passage, to be frank.
I mean, I wouldn't even compare this to code 1159, which is a bullshit of bullshit watches. You know, this is at least has some sort of vibe between Seamaster and Constellation, like old school Constellation.
But I like the blood red. I dig it.
Or rather, I don't think those are constellations, but what, like, you know, the ones with those like step dials, I think those were constellations as well. But anyway, so you know what I mean. Like, it fits well with Omega's heritage. And Joe, I know you harp on this once every so often. It's rare that you see a well executed dark red dial, and this seems to be a nice
It's
way of doing
beautiful.
it.
I just wanted to show viewers like some of the tools that are available out there for even just Amazon. So this is Keeper. It's a KEEPA, and it gives you charts for products. So it shows the Saab 017 was last sold on Amazon back mid last year for 1,100. And I bought it around December 2019 at about 408 when the prices that only tracks here only went to 475. So I got a deal, but it looks like at some point in 2020 they actually sold them for $400. So maybe I didn't get such a great deal. I was ripped off by $10.
So Dirk says, my next Omega, I want a bullhead. And JB says, I wonder if he was talking about the Seamaster 200 or the Speedmaster or Teutonic Speedmaster. But yeah, both look, I think, very nice with the integrated bracelet design.
What's a bullhead? Isn't that a Seiko vintage chronograph? The bullhead?
Well, it's a design. It's a design, isn't it? Because Citizens also has their own bullhead.
Educate us.
Habring has their bullhead as well. It's basically when you have the pushers on roughly, let's say the top, roughly, I was gonna say 1 and 11 o'clock, or maybe 1.5 and 10.5, etc. But this is
Yeah, I get you.
Brad Pitt actually wore one in the movie. I can't remember it.
So we're talking Hollywood.
Yeah. Yep.
He wore what? An Omega, a Seiko?
He wore a Citizens bullhead
Oh,
chronograph.
On a leather strap.
It was on
Yeah,
a
this-
pilot style leather strap, wasn't it, Diff? Because it was extremely wide.
I don't remember that much.
This one is sexy as hell too. Like, you know, two antenna clock. It's like a split-second chronograph by this Austrian company, Habring 2, whatever you want to call it.
Pull it up.
Diff, what's for breakfast? What's the breakfast of champions today?
Cheesecake.
Nice.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, these don't look too shabby.
Oh, of course, Ozzy, take your time. And we will hear Meech and his cousin's story when Oz is
Jesus
back.
Christ. Don't word it like that. It makes it sound like I'm from the deep south.
I did not mean it like that, but I guess whatever I say sounds sexual to you at this point. But god damn, Joe. I mean, I blame myself for it, so don't worry about it. But how did your mind go there? Yeah, Jimmy says pushers at the top of the watch. So this is the Habring 2 Doppelfelix, as they say. It's there. It's a beautiful. I wonder if they have a nice. Let's see. I want to show the movement. There we go. And also, you know, for all you geeks, Habring was the guy who actually made the IWC double chronograph, or Doppel chrono. So once the rights on it expired, he put together the same movement for his company as well. And it's basically his particular expression of a split-second chronograph movement. And let's pull up the Omega bullhead since Dirk has been clamoring for it. This is the one. It usually kind of invokes a stopwatch kind of design a lot of times, this sort of bullheads. At least they can. I think Zinn had a special edition a while ago that had a similar design and looked again very beautiful. That wasn't a bullhead, but I guess at least I never looked at it as a bullhead, but I guess you can call that one as well. That's an R500 Zinn R500. So that's another bullhead for you then. This is like a design directly inspired or even cribbed from a stopwatch, which looks kind of cool and very unique. Ozzy's back. Alan Gildo says, August 2017, I bought the Alpinist for 365 Canadian, I guess. April Official currency of the Archer Luxury channel, by the way. April 2018. Sold it for $610.
Man, selling at 610 in 2018, that's a lot of money.
Hey, Bruce G, I take myself altogether too seriously, and I like reading into things is kind of my passion. So again, no hard feelings and nothing personal against you at all. But I wanted to clarify that because I want people to jump on my panel. I want people to join the panel, but I'm also not desperate. I like I like when people organically come in and take part of the conversation. So that's why I wanted to clarify that.
So Watch Charge is saying that the Alpinist is currently $722 on average, but it did seem to peak, I think, in 2021. I think they were usually over $1,000.
Mm.
Yeah, it bewildered me when I looked it up. I was like, what? Didn't anyone see Archie's review? How did everyone not dump their watch?
I think it was the other way around. Like Archie's review was a reaction against the hype, which was artificially built by, you know who. So, yeah, Alan says no, not the official currency of the Archer Luxury channel, but US dollars. All right.
So the
Real money.
the more official shitcoin.
So, Joe, are you gonna? Because look, we have been kind of following on this story. Your cousin was pretty intrigued by your new Datejust. He asked how much you would want for it. You guys kind of made a deal, but you took a step back.
So how did the AED visits go first?
Yeah. So no.
Do you want the long story or like the short version?
No, we want the long story. So you were supposed to take him to ADs, period. Rolex ADs first, but I think other watch dealers as well. So
they're multi-brand, but yeah.
And by long version, I mean long version, but not Mike the Snake long. Just so you know. But
no. Just give me 2 seconds here. I got like 2 pieces of steak left.
You got some nice French mustard there, or you're doing ketchup?
Hot dogs on the side, made from an air fryer.
Well done.
Hot dogs and steak. Okay. You got to get you got to get your complimentary greens in. So that's where the hot dogs come in. They look like asparagus if you squint heavily.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to deliver a Mike to Snake performance, you have to eat one of his favorite TV dinners before you start the story.
Guys, just give me a second. I gotta cook my Salisbury steak real quick. All right,
man, there are recent reviews of the Alpinist, like people talking about it still. Anyway,
oh, man, let's put it out there. I had no idea that I would, years and years ago, still hating on this watch, that I would have a YouTube channel and some joker would come up on my channel and hype up this watch. I would have no clue, but God works in mysterious ways. So there we go. You're hyping up the Seiko Alpinist.
It's going up, man. You got to have it in your collection. It's the future of steel sports watches.
Every collector needs a Seiko Alpinist.
That's correct.
That's like the new Speedmaster.
Here's a link to my Chrono 24 or eBay. Go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
Oh, anyways, so like, I scooped him up today, and we drove into the cities. But on the way there, I kind of explained the world of Rolex, right? Like, basically, like I told him, like, yeah, they're probably gonna go tell you to go fuck yourself. To be honest, since you've never had any purchase history. I tried as best as I could in a crash course way of trying to explain the difference between gray market and current market. I could tell he was getting overwhelmed, so I'm just like, fuck it, you know what? I'm just gonna let him loose like a kid in a candy store and see,
Yeah.
you know, let him do what he wants to do. So we get to the first dealer at Wixon's Jewelers of Minneapolis. Guys, check him out. See John. He'll hook you up tight. Guys,
Yeah, but
Wixon's
by the
Jewelers
way,
of Minneapolis.
I mean, if you thought David SW was overpriced, wait until you see Wixon's Jewelers.
Nothing
and
but deals at Wixon's, guys.
How they
Be sure
price
to
their
name
watch.
drop me. Every sale helps secure a
deals.
Pepsi for me. Anyways, so I introduced him to my sales rep, so rather than kind of take him over to the Rolex booth right away, he kind of says like, well, you know, what do you know about watches? You know, are you new to the hobby? And he's like, yeah, I'm kind of new. So immediately takes him over to the fucking Panerai booth first. And so he starts trying on Panerais. He actually liked a few. I'm just sitting in the corner reading a newspaper.
I would have been
Not,
like,
you know-
you're wasting my time here, man.
Anyway, so they get done with you know, the Pan, then they jump over to Parmigiani to Paddock to Tudor, and then they finally bring him to the Rolex case, which, you know, is kind of funny too, because he just got to try on some of the most incredible watches that he's ever seen for the first time, and then he gets to, you know, all available for purchase, mind you. A couple
Is this
Calatravas.
the normal spiel? I swear I've heard that route before, where they take them through every.
Well, I mean, if he's new, if
brand
he
in
would
the
have
store
said
and
he
then
knew
Rolex is
watches,
last for
I
some
don't
reason.
think he would have. I think it is like a normal spiel for him. Like, take him through the dog shit first to get to Rolex.
Well, you do know also, Joe. I mean, again, being a Rolex fanboy, I will tell you this: the way that route is trying to make Rolex look like the king, anyways, because it's saved for the
Probably.
last. Save the best.
No,
for
probably.
the last.
But, you know, it's kind of funny too, at least in my head, anyways, because he got, like I said, he got to try on these watches. They were shooting prices at him. He gets to the Rolex case, and the sales rep, he's like, "All right, now we're a little different here." He said, "All these watches are exhibition only. They're not available for purchase there. But here you can try them on." And you can kind of tell, like, on his face, he's like, "What the fuck? What am I even doing here?" You know. But he tried on a couple Datejust. He tried on a Yachtmaster 2s. They had a Daytona. He didn't really care for the Daytona as well. He didn't.
Did he
And
like
then
big watches? Is that the thing?
Kind of, yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got like a little over 6.5-inch wrist. So, so they tried on the Sea Dweller. He didn't like that one bit. He said it's way too top heavy for him, which I think that's probably the most
Sea Dweller
common.
43.
I think it was the 44. It was huge.
Right. Yeah, the 43. I mean,
Huge.
I think the 43 for us is like it's really big, but I think most people would just see that as normal. Like, they're just used to seeing sport watches that big.
Yeah. For the most part, he was still pretty hyped up about the Datejust. They didn't have the sub there. But he, you know, of course, then we move over to the pre-owned case, where he pulls out nasty, vicious shitters on cheap leather straps. He didn't like vintage one bit. And, you know, I gave my honest opinion. I kept it. I tried to keep it as straightforward as I could. I said, "Here's the deal." I said, "Yes, there's some watches in here that are fairly affordable." I said, "In my opinion, I would not start off with vintage." And I think a lot of people say new watch collectors should not start off with vintage. Their first watch should not be vintage. Second one, yeah, sure, possibly. But for him, I know what he's like. I mean, he's a cop. He definitely likes to explore. He likes hiking. He likes rock climbing. He's very active. I told him straight up, I said, just beware. Vintages are typically a little more frail in some areas. You can't beat them around like you could with a G-Shock or a Tudor or something like that. So he felt a few of the vintage Rolexes. He really wasn't hyped about them. Anyways, we shake hands. He gives him catalog, and then honestly, it kind of pisses me off too because he gave him a free beer koozie since he was a new client. I've been going there for like 2 years now, and I haven't gotten a free beer koozie. But anyways, so we move over to the next one, and it was kind of funny because the second one was actually a little bit more fun. We walk in, and again, he's like a kid in a candy shop. You immediately, wind him up and watch him go, right? So he runs right over to the Oris case. He turns around and looks at me. He's like, what do you think of these? And I wasn't paying attention to my surroundings, so I casually said, "Oh, don't buy these. These are garbage." And we both turn around, and the Oris rep is standing right there. And I'm like, "Oh man!" And like,
you have a knack for this. Like all day long, it must be so much fun to be alongside you.
Do you really think Oris is garbage?
For the price, what they ask for, pre-owned.
My impression is that they're garbage.
For
No,
retail,
they're
I
just
would not buy one
garbage.
retail.
They're just garbage. Like what I've heard is like things falling apart on them. It's like, no, I would not accept that from my Casio.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'd put them like $1,000, $1,200 watch at most. Like what Archie said, they belong under that $2,000 bracket.
I'd grab a Longines
Anyways.
over Oris any day of the week.
Yeah, he looked at some Longines. He wasn't really impressed with Longines. He looked at Tag Heuers, and he recognized the name. Funny enough, like everyone else does, but he didn't really. He didn't like the bracelets. He said they felt cheap, which that's not an inaccurate statement, to be honest.
Yeah, I can see that.
So then we kind of, I try and push him as fast as I can past the Omega little booth there. But then all of a sudden we're fucking stopped. We're stopped. Well, because the Rolex display case was like right after it. But we're stopped because there's, I would say, about 5'8", 5'9", busty as all hell, athletic brunette comes walking around the corner. And he stops in his tracks, and I pretty much almost break my nose like running into him. I'm like, dude, what's going on? And then the rep starts talking to us, and then she starts giving him the fucking royal treatment, right? Oh, how are you fine young gentlemen doing today? Oh, can I interest you in anything here? And of course, he's falling for the fucking spiel. I mean, she was good looking, my God. And of course, she's grabbing his arm, gently caressing it, putting on Omega Seamasters, Planet Ocean.
Yeah,
I mean, you could tell he was.
I'm sure he's also like, can you help me put it on?
Oh, not too tight.
Maybe I like it.
I told him, like, dude, and like, you just got married. He's like, well, it doesn't mean I can't stare at the menu.
What's she in SA for? This sounds like way too much service for.
Well, I mean, they're a multi-brand, so like all the dealers in Minneapolis are typically multi-brand. So they go they typically go between jewelry and watches on average. But I finally get him away from the siren that is the Omega sales rep, and we go over to the Rolex rep, and it doesn't help that he's like greatly fucking disappointed because this elderly woman in her 40s comes around the corner.
Alan, again, that's a very nice, that is a special allure. A handsome saleswoman. I think that's a very telling statement you chose. Yes.
But no, we get to the Rolex rep, and she's like this, she's like in her 40s, kind of rough, like, how you gentlemen doing? What can I show you in the case today? So it's like we went from a 10 to a fucking 2,
I can get along with someone like that. That's fine. That's fine.
There really wasn't much there. I mean, they really didn't even have display models. They had a couple Datejust, which you'd already kind of seen, and then a Cellini. You tried on the Cellini, made a little small talk. And we're off. He takes, he stops in the doorway, takes one last look at the Omega rep, and she does a little cute little wave to him. And I said, "Come on, dude, we gotta go." But interestingly enough, she had a green Seamaster there, the new one, but we couldn't see it because it was a client. It was a resold, but they had it in the case for display only.
Oh. Wow, in the case.
I couldn't even take a picture of it, which I thought was a little weird, I guess. I'm like, but whatever. So we hop in the car. We make our way across town to the final dealer there, and this is where it gets a little interesting. So the gentleman there, I mean, he was actually cool. He's a cool dude, actually. I like him a lot. I do a little business with him, not a whole lot. Anyways, he walks into the whole catalog again, and then he's like, I really don't have anything in stock to sell you right now. The whole waitlist shit, But he said, here's, I just got a few things. Why don't you step into my office real quick? And he cracks open his safe and he pulls out a bluesy. That's right, guys, a bluesy. 2021, late 2021, I think it was. And he was asking like $23K for it, 23 or 24K for it.
Okay, yeah, pre-owned.
Pre-owned, yep. So my cousin sees this, and you could just tell it was all written all over his face. It was game over. I mean, I'm like, oh shit, he's going for it. And of course, this guy's hyping it up. He's like, oh, these are very hard watches to get. He said, look, I've got it right now. Let's make a deal happen. He's like, where are you from? He's like, well, I'm from Manchester or whatever. And
hard to interrupt, man. You needed a signal.
And he's looking at me, and I'm just kind of freaking out mentally and inside my head, but I don't want to fucking piss off my sales rep there either.
Exactly. You need a cock blocking, but you don't want to be blamed for cock blocking.
And so I made the sales rep. I said, walk us through again. I said, I played dumb, and my sales rep knew it. I said, walk us again. What does one of these go for at retail? Just bring it up on the tablet. And reluctantly he did. He was like, oh, here's what they go for. But he's like, but remember, these are hard to get. We're at the peak of the market right now. Look, he said, you'll never get a chance like this ever again. He said, look how good it is on your wrist. Here, let me drop the links. And we didn't even get to say a whole lot. Immediately in and out of the office, had the links dropped, size for his wrist. Immediately had like a little the little gift bag ready to go. He's like, come on, let's close some out today. And when he left the office, I quickly said to him, I said, look, this is a beautiful watch. It's a great watch. But I said, look, the pre-owned, get it 40 mil. They're about close to retail, what they are right now. I said 15 to 17 grand. Think about this shit. I mean, come on. And I said, look, I'm more than happy to help you pay for this. I said, I'll pay up to 5 grand. But I said, seriously, think about this. I mean, how often are you going to wear it? I mean, I know what your lifestyle is like. This thing is going to scratch up pretty damn easily. And I got through to him enough to where he threw a deposit down on his card, and we reluctantly went home to him. He took quite a few photos of it, pretty much grabbing the fucking door frame. I had to yank him out of the fucking store.
Wait, how did the deposit come about? Because I mean, that's a weird.
It was basically to hold it for 24 hours. So that's what it came down to. So he threw it on a credit card, threw a small chunk down on there. He said,
so did he want to put a deposit down so he could think about it, or
yeah, he wanted it. Yeah,
this was a soft way for him to say no.
No, he was legitimately thinking about this all the way home.
Wow,
okay. And we had lunch, we had dinner, and said, I'm like, yeah, man, it's a great watch. It's a great fucking watch. But I said, get the 40 mil.
All the way
get
home.
Get the fucking 40 mil.
All the way home.
Nah, the 41's better. But anyway.
Well, I don't know. I just look at it from his viewpoint. I mean, because if like I said, I'm offering to pay 5 grand for it, so then he would be getting it for 10 grand. So well under retail.
Wait. This is a 40 millimeter bluesy was offered?
He was offered a 41 used, pre-owned.
Okay.
Mitch is saying 40 is better value for him. Like, it wouldn't have made a
Ah.
difference between the
I
Super
mean,
Maxi
both
case.
are horrible value unless you are getting it at retail. But that's my point.
Well, I mean, honestly, I would have gotten a little credit for it because he would have bought it, but which I pretty much kind of gave the ending away. So I called him today and I said, "So, what are you thinking?" And he said, "Yeah." I said, "I'm gonna wait here." He unfortunately did what every rookie does and sits down and talks with the fucking wife, and the wife threatened to rip off his head. And he said, "Yeah." He said, "I'm just gonna wait on it." He said, "The wife wants to." I mean, he said, "We just got a new house here recently. We just moved in, just got married. She's thinking about upgrading the Jeep now." He said, "I think I'm gonna wait." But then he kind of ends it. He's like, "Can you put your name down on the wait list for me on a bluesy?" And I straight up told him, like, honestly, if I get called for a bluesy, I'm taking the shit. Like, I don't care. I mean, like, we're kind of close, but not that close. But I said, tell you what. I said, here's the deal. I'll put my name down on all my dealers for a bluesy. I said, obviously, I get the first one, but if I get called for a second one, I'll sell it to you at retail. How's that sound?
Yeah.
He said, all right.
I mean, be careful what you wish for, because I mean, I think you could get a bluesy. But here's the weird thing: your cousin may actually have a better chance at it because of the way certain AD things are going right now. They need to try and build their first time customer numbers up, and it's on the two-tones that they're doing it with. So selling you a two-tone is money. Selling him a two-tone actually may be more favorable to them. So I don't know. I would say just do your own fucking homework.
Yeah,
You
I
might
don't,
actually get one.
I'm not gonna put a name down. I'm not gonna put my name down for a while because
Yeah.
if he's gonna buy a new Jeep, it'll be probably a year before his finances settle the fuck down because he's doing all this pretty congruently here with a new house, refurnishing it, wedding, and all that stuff. So he's not going to be in any position to, at least from what the wife says, he's not in any position to kind of fuck around with money. But yeah, he really enjoyed the experience. The one watch that I thought he hated that I thought was a little interesting was the root beer. The Mike the Snake special.
Saw an exhibition of it.
Yeah, I saw an exhibition of it, and he kind of took a look. He was like, "Man, this thing's ugly." And I pulled out my newspaper real quick. I'm like, "Wait, what the fuck did you just say?" And he kind of looks at me and is like, "You see this thing?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's like the most desirable watch in the market right now." He's like, "Why?" I'm like, "Look at it." He's like, "Man, it looks ugly."
Fair enough.
I'm like, "Okay," but yeah,
No,
he
that's
looked,
good. That's good. Like, I mean, in advising my friends, I said, just look at the Rolex website. Just tell me what you like, what you don't like, and so forth. And one of my friends came back from that. He said, I really like the one with the black circles and the white dot. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You're so fucked. You're so fucked.
Yeah.
like I just thought that's the worst one to like. Like, it's great that you have an honest opinion and you actually like that watch.
JB has a great point here, by the way. I need to mention this because I think, first of all, it's overpriced AF. But Jake says an authorized dealer offering a first-time buyer pre-owned above retail is a little gross, more than a little, if you ask me, JB. That's how it's become. And Alan's bluesy moment was his first AD Rolex purchase. Took my wife in. She had a heart attack. I walked out with a Rolex. Wife lived too. Meech, get him a Tudor Pelagos LHD.
He actually really liked that.
Thrill is real. And thanks, Jake. It was surreal. We had our N95 masks on, LOL. Sales associate had latex gloves on as well. Totally bananas. July 2021.
If he genuinely liked the Pelagos, I would totally encourage him to get it. Like that's
Well, that was before he
great
seen the
watch.
bluesy.
Oh, okay.
You know, I mean, everything else kind of just fell to shit after
Which
he seen the
Pelagos did he
bluesy.
like? Did he get to see a few or just one?
It was so it was the blue one, so it was a left-hand drive. He didn't really much care for the black one.
The blue one is right hand drive is regular.
Was it?
Black is
Because
yeah, black is left hand drive, but there is also a black with right hand drive as well.
Well, then he must have been talking about the black one. Because, like I said, I kind of just hung out in the corner and just left him be. And he's like, yeah, one of the tutors, you know, it was weird because it was left-handed. You know, I'm like, oh, okay. Like, what color was it? And he's like, blue. I'm like,
No,
okay.
I don't think they ever made the blue in LHD. I don't think so.
Yeah, so he must
Probably
be just
not messed
about
up in his mind.
Yeah.
Probably.
They probably had both, and he just confused.
Well, I
the
mean,
two.
he also seen a lot of watches in a very short time, essentially, too. So,
Yeah.
I think one watch that kind of surprised me that he was really kind of liking, or kind of had like a small crush on, was the Royal, the Tudor Royal. I don't know why.
If he likes it, man, I mean, I wouldn't deny him. I mean, those have atom movement, so maintenance is cheap, and then the
I didn't say anything.
yeah,
The rep kind of
those are
did tell him
nice
though. He
if
said,
you like them.
the rep kind of said, he's like, yeah, these aren't exactly our number one sellers, but they're slowly increasing in popularity. He said, I can run you a nice discount on one.
Dirk says, I heard if you go into the AD, don't go in asking for the bluesy. Say, I want that gold and steel one with the blue face. Yeah. I mean, I think it's kind of kind of an open secret. So, you know, when you establish actual contact and a conversation with a sales associate, a lot of times you can feel what their stance is on these nicknames. You know, some of them were like, for example, last time I was in a Rolex authorized dealer, the manager was wearing the Hulk. I said, nice watch. And she said, yeah, I love the Hulk. So it would be idiotic for me to say to her, you know, I'm interested in that in that watch, which is like rose gold in the center links and steel on the outside, and has this fourth hand going around. I mean, at that point you have to stop the bullshit. But if it is your first time ever in an authorized dealer and they don't you don't necessarily want them to think that you are overly excited, overly knowledgeable, and possibly someone who wants a dozen different watches, you might want to just focus on one thing and describe it in the simplest terms rather than using a nickname right out of the box. So Dirk has a point there. Full on John says, in my opinion, one should never pay above retail. However, if you do anything more than 25 over, it's just ridiculous.
I just want to comment on the AD, like
Professor,
using.
how are you doing?
Hello, welcome.
Hey guys.
Just commenting on whether or not you should use nicknames or not. And there was a really good thread that made me think about it. I never really thought about it previously, and that is, like, if you go in and you start rattling off model numbers and stuff like that, yeah, in one way you're showing you're very passionate, but the reality is that these are just trained sales staff. And could you imagine if someone walked into your workplace and just started completely owning you in terms of knowledge on your own business? It'd be very intimidating. So
at my sales rep at Wixon's, he actually has one client who come in and just sit down and say, I want reference number 1120, 1133, 1144. And he can actually remember all this shit off the top of his head. Like, I thought that was actually kind of crazy because he leaned over to his trainee. He's like, oh yeah, I'm eventually gonna have to sit down. We're gonna have to go over reference numbers because he said we've got a client who comes in here and talks only in reference numbers. He doesn't talk about colors, doesn't talk about models. He said only in reference numbers. So you're gonna have to get used to learning all that. Which that would be a nightmare.
That's funny. I actually only talk in reference numbers too, typically. So, but I realize like I'm probably committing a faux pas, but I'm comfortable with my SA, and they're well trained, so they know what I'm talking about. But I would agree to some extent that gauge how much they want to hear about your own knowledge, because it could be very intimidating for them. This is supposed to be their job, and you're making them feel stupid. I have had that with other essays at my AD, where I mention I was referencing Explorer 2 model numbers, and I didn't have my essay for that day. It was a Cartier essay so she definitely doesn't know, and she was she looked a little bit miffed that I was talking like that. But she was at the pre-owned cabinet, so she's supposed to be able to be there too. But pre-owned's even
I
harder.
feel like if you got to remember all those reference numbers on pre-owned, God, that would be a nightmare. Because not only do
guys,
you have to know your own shit.
sorry to interrupt the discussion, but I do want to welcome, first of all, user unknown to the chat, and welcome back to the channel, user unknown, and the professor. Welcome back.
Hey guys,
How you been?
hello. All right, very good, very interesting comment.
And Junior.
Junior,
welcome.
They said hi, Junior. Say wave. No. He's got the Seattle coldness down.
Professor, just to start off our discussion today, I thought maybe we could talk about the best deal that you have ever struck that is watch related. What's the best deal you have gotten in watches? And bezels, welcome back to the channel. HK, you too, welcome back.
So let me say something about what you guys were just talking about. I found it very interesting. Yeah.
Rolex nicknames.
Exactly. I think so. I was at an AD 3-4 months ago, and I usually go there as a kind of a mystery shopper. And so I sat there, and one guy comes in and starts quoting reference numbers, and the staff had no clue what he was talking about. So it depends where you go. It either intimidates people, the staff, or it shows that and most of these retail folks are there just for the job. They're not there for the passion.
User said exactly the same thing. Tons of people working at watch boutiques aren't watch people. It's no more than a sales job.
Exactly. And most of them they're at the Rolex AD because they can get a discounted watch eventually, sometimes of their preference. They in the old days they could get a Daytona. Today they cannot get a Daytona. I mean, they have to wait some time, and it's not 9 or 10 years. So they're just retail people who ended up in watches. And when you walk in and you tell them, I want reference number so and so, they have no clue what you're talking about. But also it sets the stage because they know they cannot bullshit you around. They cannot tell you, oh, this is a great watch. Why don't you wait for it 50 years and before you die you can get it?
I think it's best to just have a natural conversation that grows organically, and play it by ear, because again, in my instance, the last time I was in the AD, she was wearing a Hulk. I said, nice watch. And she said, I love the Hulk. So I know the person I'm talking to now knows a thing or two and refers to watches by nicknames. So I can do the same, right? So
and exactly, and also, Lord and guys, remember, half of the people, if not all of them, do understand that the flipping business is something that has defined Rolex over the last 2-3 years. So people know that somebody walking in knows the difference between the Batman and the Batgirl.
But by the way, I had the opposite experience too, though. Last time I was in a Breitling boutique, for example, right? I came in I knew exactly what I wanted to look at. I said, "May I look at these heritage-inspired chronographs?" I still tried to be vague, but the minute she discovered that I know more about the product than she does, she just literally walked away into a corner and left me alone with the watches. So,
Yeah,
and it,
yeah.
she didn't. I didn't perceive it as rude. I didn't take it personally, but exactly what Ozzy said. The way I started talking about the movements and watches, she just walked away and went into a corner, and she was like, "Okay, you do whatever you want."
Yeah, they're just there for 3-4 years, making a little bit of money. Now they will have a difficult time selling watches in a recession, although the ADs or Rolex itself will have you believe that during a recession, watches still get sold. Well, I want to remind them what happened in 2008 and 2009. You guys were around, and you could remember what was going on. So
my AD's manager, he used to sell perfume like 3
This
years
is
ago.
this is actually so commonsensical that it can be forgotten. JB says, "I formally request a single watch. I smile, buy something small, wearing the last thing they sold me. I assure them a pleasant transaction, plus that they have a buyer as soon as that watch is available." And Watch Nicholas, welcome to the channel. As always, you are most welcome, my friend. Nice to see you.
and at the end of the day, it's something related to what was said. People want to feel the salespeople. They want to feel respected because they have been in this awkward relationship with um, collectors or buyers, where they have to tell them different stories. You cannot own a watch. You cannot be on the waiting list.
Mm.
Buy all the crap first, and then you go and get
Yeah.
what you want. They don't tell them the truth, and they are in an awkward situation. I mean, now they have to change the tune a bit and tell them something else. So these people, at the end of the day, they just want to sell the watches and get done with it. Most of them have worked in parallel industries, so they worked in the luxury segment for
Right.
some time. So some of them used to sell bags and shoes, or they
Skin
worked for.
products.
Yeah, yeah. The CEO of Rolex used to be the CEO of Zenith. I mean, very nice brand, but it's Zenith, not Rolex, right? I don't
JB
want to
says,
offend anybody, but
yeah, well, I mean, never forget that those people used to make the movements in the last
yeah,
century.
of course.
Never forget who has the dollars and they have the goods. GB Vol is back. And user unknown, manager at nearby AD managed a Tiffany store. These are
Exactly.
not watch people. Hello, watch people. But perhaps they become a watch person over time. Most are interested in luxury goods or sales. So circling back, I feel like you are dodging the question, El
I,
Profesor.
I
What's the
just want to
best
respond to
deal?
What's the
Jacob's
best deal?
comment on
Sure.
like buying something soft. Like I actually see the reverse now, where I need to see the relationship before I would even think about touching a soft purchase. I'm not being unrealistic. I'm not saying they have to deliver a hot watch first, but I have to interact with them a few times to understand if this is going to work. Because just throwing money at a relationship that's just going to go south anyway is really pointless. Like
Yes.
it does come down to the relationship. So um, I need to get a good vibe, and if I don't, there's no point trying to throw money at like
And we
a
have
softer
already
watch.
seen, we have already seen and heard many examples of people being strung along and getting flung with soft purchase after soft purchase without getting anything that they actually want
Yeah.
back. So it's important to know that. By the way, sorry to interrupt, but I do want to go for until midnight here, which we still have more than an hour. But I want to remind everyone again to upvote, hit that like button. It really does help. Subscribe if you haven't. I'm trying to make to my first major goal, which is reaching 1,000 subscribers, which will help me get this channel monetized. And until then, if you want to support the channel, if you want to contribute, if you want to encourage me in creating more original and exclusive content, you always have the option for a PayPal contribution. That's at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com, my primary point of contact. Always happy to make a personalized video and dedicate a live stream to you. And I also have a Cash App at $LHVVV, $LHVVV. The information is crawling in the ticker and is included in the video description. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Professor, what was the best deal you struck when it comes to watches?
Right. Okay. I'm not gonna dug the question, but I just one final thought is that people be patient. This is a buyer's market. You should be patient. Eventually, you will get some of the watches. You don't have to buy all the nonsense watches, and then you end up getting the one watch. Things are changing. So do not believe people, and for sure don't pay a premium for any of this stuff. It's changing. The economics is changing to your benefit, over time, right? So be patient, and things will be positive. So let me say, so what was the most? It was my first watch. In fact, it was the first watch I got when I got my my first real job. And I had a huge discount because, again, my relative, my aunt, used to work for Rolex USA. She was in the high echelons of Rolex, and she got me a tremendous deal. It's similar to what they were getting at corporate level, high corporate level. And she was like the number 4 at the US office at that time.
And
So she got me an Explorer 2.
Explorer 2.
It was an Explorer 2, white. It was my first watch. I loved it. I'll tell you something. So because it was at the time when I was getting my first job. So I said, I want to get a watch, and I didn't know which watch I wanted to get. So she did a trick. Every week she would bring me a watch from head office, right? And I can tell you because many years have passed. And she used to put it under my pillow. And I would look at, the watch, and I would say, no. So she got me every watch, every professional watch that was being produced, and I said no to all of them, with the exception of the Explorer White. So I said no to the Sea Dweller, to the Submariner, to the Pepsi, to the Coke. Of course, big mistake. Oh my God. And then I ended up getting the Explorer White, which became my favorite watch for many, many years. I wore it probably nonstop for 6-7 years. And I loved it. And then when I got married and I had my first kid, this is a experience and probably lesson learned for Ozzy. My child got hold of the watch.
And
dropped it.
No.
Dropped it. And it has a dent, but it's very functional. I took it, it was fixed. But then I made another mistake. My daughter was like 2.5. Kids grab things. And
Yes.
I'll tell you the other story. It's regrettably, I was gifted very nice cufflinks from Patek. And I was wearing them, and I put them somewhere, and then she took them and chucked them in the toilet. And we never found them. again. So
Oh dear.
between the cufflinks and the watch, we saved the watch and lost the cufflinks.
My son hasn't done too much that's been bad. There was a little photo on a fridge magnet of my wife, and he must have thrown it in the bin at some point. Mine's still there, so that's not very nice. And he threw away my universal remote to this home theater, and that's very annoying because Logitech have discontinued that remote, and it's like $500 to replace. And there's no competing products anymore. Like the home theater market is so dead that I it's like I just have to do without a remote now. But you know,
So that was the best deal I got. And then I
Right.
got a second best deal when I married and
Can I? Sorry
Yeah.
to interrupt here. The Rolex Fairy.
I like that.
Basil's calls your aunt El Professor. That's a nice name. The Rolex Fairy. Putting Rolex sports models under the pillow.
Yeah, and little did I know that I kept on saying no to very nice collectible pieces. She brought me also the GMT two-tone. Kind of at that time, it was I don't know, the root beer of its age,
Cool.
right? And I said no to that. I said I don't like it. I don't like it.
That's fair enough.
Yeah. It happens. It happens.
So that's the best deal I got.
So when you got married, you were saying also.
When I got married, I knew myself a little bit the Rolex people, so they got me a very good deal on my watch and my wife's watch. And then it was a super deal. I couldn't say no, and I got my wife. It was a two-tone diamond dialed Datejust, and then that watch got stolen.
Oh dear.
And then I got another deal from the same person. It was a platinum watch for my wife. I said, okay, I'll get you another watch, and I got her. These were ridiculous offers. I would never pay. By the way, please don't pay dear money for platinum watches and all gold watches. Please don't be stupid like me. But I got a really great deal. I mean, I couldn't say no. I got a 50% discount.
You're mentioning the Explorer 2 white dial. Was the white dial always the more popular variant, or was the
Yes.
black dial more popular at the time?
Yes,
The white dial is always the most popular.
Yes, I'll tell you why. This was
So this is
back
my
in
argument, Lord.
I disagree with this, but please, Professor, you go first.
Okay, it was very popular. I'll tell you. In the early 2000s, there was a very popular Japanese band. Obviously in Japan.
They were big in Japan. They were big in Japan.
Yeah, they were big in Japan, and this lead singer or whatever, he was wearing an Explorer white. So the Japanese market went crazy. So a lot of the white-dialed Explorers ended up in Japan. So they couldn't reallocate a lot of them for the rest of the world. It was this is what the story I got from back then. The Rolex. Actually, from my aunt. This is what she told me.
In that case, I don't disagree, in the sense that, you know, for European and American markets, people went for the black. The Polar used to be the dog of the range. No one cared much about it. It was cheaper in the secondary market, always, consistently. It was the token. It was the currency for people who collected Rolex. It rated right around 3,500 for years and years, where everything else was shooting up.
Yeah, and then they made the trick with the Swiss made and made in Swiss, and the dial started
Swiss
shifting.
only.
Yeah, and then the whole thing started, getting some light, and the white dial started rising from the dead.
What I've got two things on that actually. So, Professor, you actually said something really interesting in that Rolex were responding to large demand for that particular variant in a specific region, and it just strikes me that at the moment Rolex wouldn't have any signal because everything they put out just gets sold. So I mean, would they even have such signal today that certain variants were popular, certain markets and demographics? Like, well, they all just get sold.
No, 100%.
Okay.
100%. They know exactly where they go, and they know, for instance, for the heavy pieces, because that's where they make the money, not on the professional. They get sold in specific areas. So Asia, Hong Kong is a big market, and the Middle East, mainly, UAE, Qatar, but principally Saudi Arabia, where they get the heavy pieces, the diamond, all gold, platinum pieces. That's where they make huge money. So they do know regionally where these pieces are going to be sold more, and they get their ADs better deals to sell these watches, because these regions have a higher proportion of professional watches than, let's say, your typical market in, I don't know, let's pick a place. We were talking about Italy. I mean, in Italy, you're not going to, with some exceptions, the tourist areas, but the likelihood you will sell in the older days, the Daytona Tiger, right? Watch, it was in the Middle East and in Asia. It wasn't in Holland and Denmark.
Right.
So what they do, what Rolex does, is that you sell a lot of these heavy pieces. They call them heavy pieces, right? And then you get a higher allocation for the professional pieces. Whereas if you don't sell the heavy pieces, you get a lower allocation of your professional pieces, and then you start, then cutting your market into segments where, you need to sell X amount to get these professional pieces. This is more recent, but always they allocated professional pieces on the basis of what you sell for the heavy pieces. So definitely the Middle East gets a higher proportion of Daytonas. There aren't that many Daytonas that they produce every year, but they get a higher proportion of Daytonas for their clients than, for instance, the Spanish allocation or the UK allocation. Even the UK allocation gets a lower count.
User unknown is very true. Black was seen as a continuation of the 1655. I mean, which is a statement, again, it can go both ways, right? Either because that was the true Explorer 2. On the other hand, you might say Polar was more original and intriguing. And when you look at marketing campaigns, it's the Polar that they're trying to push, with that Norwegian Explorer Erling Kage already early in the early 90s, first half of 90s. So you're right. And Jake Brooks says, Aussie, if you have purchased some women's watches, and Yachtmaster 37 was his first, you are paying over gray in most cases. Absolutely, fairly certain that's in your favor to get a steel stunner.
Yeah, I just want to comment. I was recommending against my own experience. I wouldn't do what I did again. I would try and build a relationship a little bit without a purchase, just to see whether or not you click and can trust them with that purchase. And yeah, I'm not implying that you shouldn't buy watches that you don't like. I mean, but the main thing is like, you kind of need to delay your gratification on those soft watches, because you could get them at any time. You got to like selectively say, like, who's the person I want to long term do business with, and then give them that purchase, not just, it's in the case and there's a person standing in front of it. That's who gets my money.
Yeah, and the other thing is, by the way, Rolex has never told their ADs you need to have a purchase history. This is all the AD story. So Rolex produces the watches, but doesn't say sell the Submariner to somebody who has a $100,000 history with you. Otherwise, keep it for your big.
Is that true even for the
clients.
Daytona? I've heard many stories about that being restricted in very specific ways.
No, the Daytona is restricted, guys, in any case, because it is the least produced watch in the Rolex line. It is it's a very small amount produced every year. So by
Really?
nature of that, they need to, for the steel one, they will have to allocate it to somebody with who they know very well, and they want to make him happy.
I actually would have guessed the Explorer 2 would have been one of the least produced, or the Yachtmaster 2, or even Yachtmaster would have been produced less than the Daytona, even in steel. Like that's my guess. I don't know anything, but I just I don't get the impression that they get less Daytonas than, say, Yachtmaster 2s.
No, they produce more Yachtmasters on the steel version.
Oh no, Yachtmaster 2.
Yeah, the Yachtmaster 2. No, they produce. The problem with the Yachtmaster 2 is that they don't sell. So over time they have been producing less.
They're like $18,000 for the steel model. It's craziness.
Yeah, it was a flop. I don't know what you do with that watch, but
I was actually today I was in a cigar lounge earlier, and first of all, I was sitting next to a gentleman who had a perpetual calendar chrono Patek on him, and he was just very casual about it, which I very much enjoyed. But there was another jeweler friend, and I had to restrain myself pretty heavily. But he was telling me that in the current lineup, the Yachtmaster 2 is his favorite watch, and I was like, really, really. I was like, please take it back somehow, but no, he just loves apparently how, especially in two-tone, how that bezel contrasts, and it reminds him of Sky Dweller as well, apparently, which is another favorite of his in the current lineup, which I don't disagree with. I think that's a nice watch. But it was fascinating. But it's like, it shows you again how disconnected we are sometimes from the larger public, who yearns for these watches, who lusts after these watches, and who buys these watches eventually. Our tastes, I think, are much more exotic, and not in a good way always.
I did do something that I really don't like doing, and that is telling people what they should like. I do like to say, just send someone to the Rolex website that doesn't tell them their great prices and stuff like that, or which ones are hot, and just see what they like. I had one friend who said, I want the Panda, and that was like, oh, that's a bad one to like. For a very different reason. I had another friend who actually said, it was the Yachtmaster 2 that he wanted. And I said, do not go to the, because I said, look at the website and then go to an AD and see what you get. I said, do not go to the AD, because the problem is you'll actually get one. You have to sit on this for a little while, please. Just like, I'm not telling you what to like, but just sit on it for a little bit before going to an AD, because the problem is you might actually get one.
Watch Nicholas is enjoying the show. Thank you, my friend. Jake Brooks says, WN, the legend, big dub. Hardly, but hey, Jake, appreciate you. Good to see you. And this, by the way, this question always reminds me of the fact that Mike the Snake just started describing his outfit when someone asked him this question. What are you wearing?
I remember that. Like when he was gonna go to the AD, oh, I'm gonna wear my T-shirt, my best jeans. I bought new sneakers.
What are you wearing this? Describe it in the most sultry way possible.
But you know, in the American market,
Nice.
in
This is
the
the
American
pre-bond
market,
Omega Seamaster again, guys. It's a lovely,
Yeah.
lovely watch. Integrated bracelet look. Great piece.
Yeah.
Professor, go ahead, please.
yeah, I am. If you look at the American market, but also the UK market, I can tell you that most of the heavy pieces are sold to people who look completely not the kind of people who can afford a $30,000-$40,000 watch. And 50% of the people who buy the Dajusts in both of these markets go to the AD looking like, I don't know, out of this world with sandals and shorts and ADs never believe the guys can buy these watches, but they buy them on the spot with a credit card and they walk out with a watch.
Well, I mean, maybe it's the mentality of the ADs that needs to change. No, is that too harsh, Professor?
In what way should they change?
I mean, in the sense, like, maybe maybe Rolex customers simply changed. Like, there's no one look to the
no,
Rolex
there is no one
customer.
look, and I think you don't need to. I think the days of trying to look good to make an appearance to your AD are gone.
Yeah.
In the next couple of years, things are going to be a little bit different. These ADs will be looking to sell these watches. I was talking to my regional AD, and he said to me, with the new rules that we have implemented, we have a lot of explorers, but we don't have any people buying them.
Hmm.
Explorer 1, 36, plain, not two-tone.
You know,
In the UK, some of the big guys, Mape in the Web watches of Switzerland have changed their policy of selling watches. So now what they told people is what they told my friend. We're going to take you off from all the watches and you're only going to have 3 watches. And we're going to tell you more or less which watches you're going to get, because forget these other watches. So, and I told you, he put himself for a Sky Dweller, the Explorer White, and the Root Beer. And he was told, forget the Batman, Batgirl, green sub. And then they told him, you can only get one piece. You can be on the list for one model, but not if you bought the Submariner date, you cannot be for a non-Submariner, for a Submariner no date, and equally you cannot be for on the list for a green sub. So you got your sub, you cannot. Now the tricky thing they do is they told him, well, you can be there for a two-tone or an all gold piece. Fantastic! Go and waste your good money for junk, and I think this kind of business is going to turn against them, and eventually they will end up having a lot of watches and nobody buying them, because they haven't realized that the UK economy is in deep shit. Sorry to say, it is trouble coming for them. People will be losing their jobs, and they will have a lot of people who don't want to opt to buy watches. And I asked the regional AD, do you have the same traffic flow as you had before? And they said, no, people are not the same. We have been calling people that their watches are here, and they say, I'm not interested. I don't want to buy these watches. And I said, what kind of watches? She said, because by the way, in the watch business, most retailers are women. She said that, well, it's Datejust and a few professional watches, and people don't want them. I mean,
I mean,
obviously, it's not the Daytona that and the Pepsi that people are saying no, I don't want to buy it. It's just all the other pieces, right?
just to take in the wider perspective. I mean, when was the last time or ever that you were upgraded for a seat in your flight because you were well dressed?
Never.
Not nowadays, they all have their loyalty programs, so money talks. You know, if you have been paying up, if you have been always traveling with them and at a high rolling capacity, you get the priority, you get the best seats, you get the best deals, so on and so forth. And luxury experience is the same thing now. It's not, you know, people don't even blink at your appearance for good or bad. It's about whether you have the money or not, and whether they want to actually give you what they get allocated themselves in some sort of limited capacity.
Let me say something on this allocation. They know exactly what they get allocated every month. So do not believe what they tell you. We don't know what they're going to send us.
That's bullshit.
This is all, yes, exactly. They know exactly what they're going to get at least a couple of months in advance, and they know when they're going to get it. So it's not as if they get a box from Rolex and we don't know what's in this box. We don't know. Are we expecting 2 Daytonas or 1 Daytona or no
But
Daytonas?
you know, I know, but Professor, please go into detail, but just imagine, like, you know, the way they have been stringing us along and putting this smoke and mirrors show, because what other industry actually works in that way? Can you imagine a restaurant who tells you, you know, we don't really know what to expect for the next month. Yeah, you know, we cook with seasonal vegetables, fine, but do you think they would say, like, you know, we don't know if we will have wine, you know, if you come on Saturday, maybe Monday, try your luck, and if we have wine, we might not have red, but
Yeah,
maybe we can offer you this, you know, the cheapest bubbling wine from, you know, some nether region. um Please help yourself, and maybe you will get the chance to get what you exactly want next time you come, but hey, no promises. Like, is there any other
Maybe
business that works like that on their own level as well? Like, can you imagine a chef not knowing what they will cook with that evening? The ingredients just come at random. Or a supermarket that doesn't know
maybe
how to
other
shelf
collectibles
their
actually.
stores. Hmm?
So, for example, Magic the Gathering.
Random. Like it's something that happens in the collectibles market quite a bit. Like you don't know what you're going to get.
Life is like a box of chocolates.
So we're comparing it now to, you know, stickers, baseball cards, and Magic the Gathering cards. Is
Right.
that what it
Yeah.
is?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I'm saying. Like it's collectibles.
yeah.
Like it is kind of what they do. And then you go for the gray where you know what card you're going to get because you know it's there, it's in mint condition, and some of these cards can go for like $1,000 each. I've actually got a very exclusive set of Magic the Gathering cards. They're the heritage listed line.
Mm.
They'll never print them again. No reprints.
By the way, this is Seamaster has been getting a lot of love in the chat, and it is quite beautiful. The United Lounge is class, GB Vol says, and User Unknown says, not sure I agree. People are imperfect and judge by first appearance. I do think you can trick dealers into allocation by looking the parts. ADs asked for LinkedIn profiles now. That's true, and I agree. XR Money says, welcome back, XR Money.
That's an interesting idea, User Unknown. But I mean, in terms of looking the part on West Coast America, I mean, this is what I wear. And I'm not saying this is how you should do it. I'm just saying that a customer that does get access to Steel Sports models will be someone who wears a polo and pants. So what should you wear if you're trying to give off the impression you're the type of person that should get those watches too?
A polo of synthetic material, no less.
I don't
Not
know.
even
These
copper
ones
cotton.
work well. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know what you would sort of front like, but yeah.
I think, guys, all these things are going to change. All these requirements and stupidity, they will change. Things are not the same. But the AD knows exactly how many watches they get. They know how many Submariners they get. They have a list of preferred customers, and they have a list of the riffraff element who comes in and says, "Hi, I want to buy a watch," and then they put him on that category of what is your purchase history. In the UK, this purchase history BS has changed because, as I said, the new measures that came are supporting those without much of a purchase history. So if you bought, professional pieces, for the less good professional pieces, let's say, you bought your Yachtmaster, right? And you bought your Explorer. They're not a very, very, sought after pieces, although they are, right? Very difficult to get last year and even so this year. Then you're in line to get, your sub and then your GMT blue. Then, if God allows you, you'll get the Pepsi. Now, all of this is chucked out of the window. And now they tell you, no. Now there is no purchase history. Now you need to have your 3 watches of great preference. And if you have those 3 watches, you pray to God, that they will appear. And we will try our best to make you happy. But they know exactly what watches they're going to get every month. They get sent a little box, and they know exactly that box contains what.
Yeah. You are the third person I've heard reference this new policy at Watches of Switzerland in the UK. I've seen 2 other sources. One, a forum post explicitly saying the rules. The other one is another YouTuber whose first purchase was made like last week, getting an Explorer 36 for the first time. And he said the AD said things are changing. And I'm like, I don't believe you. And then he got the watch. I'm like, I guess I'm wrong. There you go.
This is very funny. You're going to like this cup.
Oh, nice. It's just incidental, I'm guessing.
Yeah, of course.
It's lovely.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. Actually, I work for this company.
I used to work for that company too. I was
No, this is a real company.
I was made redundant very recently. Synthetic polos are key, user unknown says, and XR Money says yes. Around half of Israel is desert, so very warm at times. Wow. Hey.
So, but even the people working at these shops for Watches of Switzerland have no idea what will happen because they believe that this is very unfair for their customers, what they've changed, their new rules. And now what they say, another trick they do is that they say, guys, oh, you want the green sub, you want the sub, oh, the normal sub. Well, that watch, we don't take any more people on the waiting list. That watch is paused. That's a new trick now, they say. It's not stopped, it's paused.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
so the way I see how these dynamics work, where if they limit the VIPs to fewer watches, to me, it means the hardest watches will become even harder to get because there's no way a VIP is not listing those as their first priority, and they will go to them. And then that's just how we'll sort of like flesh out. Is it the hardest stuff will become much harder to get because they have to go to the VIPs first. While in the past, the VIP might be satiated with like 15 OPs or something. But my AD said I was cut off after 6 Rolex a year.
Well, now the Watches of Switzerland are telling people that you can only have, in the old days, they said 3 professional pieces, but they haven't told them from which year. Because the fiscal year for them begins in March, whereas, for others, it begins in January.
Would it not just be a rolling 12-month period?
No, nobody knows. And by the way, they put on the professional category the OPs, all the entire OP line.
Of course
Strange.
they did.
By the way, who owns Watches of Switzerland? Are they their own thing, or are they owned by one of the luxury conglomerates?
No, it's a publicly listed company. Of course.
Okay, so it's their own thing.
Yeah, the stock, if you can see what is happening to the watch world, I will urge people to look at their share price and what has happened since 6 months ago, which is quite telling. And because they're a publicly listed company, eventually they'll have to sell watches. And they'll have to start opening up to everybody else, right?
But that is what they're doing right now, though. Like they've opened up a lot more watches to first-time buyers. What they have cut back on is selling as many to VIPs, is my understanding, across the board, whether it's Watches of Switzerland or Booker.
This is the policy, yeah. This is the intended policy, but the problem they have is that eventually they'll have to satisfy the customer line, the old customer line, because they are the most loyal. Because the first timers, guys, think about it. These are the guys who make their first money, or they want to migrate from one watch to another, and they have, $8,000-$10,000. These guys who are not hobbyists, collectors, will think twice if they're going to go off and buy a watch. They want this policy would have applied in good economic days, but in bad economic days, you need to go back to your old customer base, the predictable base. And even that one is doubtful, because people like us, are we going to go and buy 6 watches a year? Realistically, that's, $70,000 more or less, right? $60,000, $70,000. That's a lot of money. Yes, I do own.
JB says,
yes,
do you own any non-Rolex watches, El Profesor?
Yes, I do. I have I own Omegas, which I respect a lot. It's a fantastic value brand. And I own also Patek, 2 Patek Philippe's. And they have a very special Vacheron, which is one of 2 watches in the world, which I never wear. It was gifted to me, and I just looked at it and I said, okay, they'll probably shoot me. It was a gift from a head of state given to me, one of 2. I think the value of the watch is, I had it appraised by Vacheron 5 years ago. It was extraordinary, the value of the watch. So I don't, this is for the kids. If they go broke and bust and cannot do anything, they can go and use the watch.
Well, quite frankly, I actually I know it's not a popular period, but I actually like that previous ownership periods, Vacheron Constantin, the watches they produced at the time. I'm actually a big fan. I know they weren't that popular, but Yeah.
No, it's
Sham-
yeah, very nice.
Shamba Basher. Evening all. I'll try my AD for the first time next week then and see what happens. Good idea. And Alex Biss says
Yes.
Professor is dropping a few horological truth bombs. Too bad I don't have a soundboard, but I can make like a effect myself, I guess. Good.
So
Thank you, Professor, for being here.
just responding to
No, thank you.
Shamba, you should try, but you have to, we just iterated, you have even less chance of getting the hottest possible models now, like far less. Like that's my understanding, is that basically they're limiting the VIPs, so the VIPs are just going to get more of the most extreme. Like they'll do their best to pick up a second GMT rather than another watch that they like, because they're so limited with what they can get from the AD under these rules. And these rules aren't specifically targeting VIPs necessarily. I think overall the structure is so that the SAs ultimately will be selling more watches to first-time customers. And I think that's the overall directive from Rolex, is 50% of all sales should be to brand new customers. And to do that, they just need to severely cut off the VIPs.
Yeah,
and thank
but
you.
in the meantime, what will happen, I agree, is that they will piss off a lot of old timers, and there we need to see what is the elasticity, as economists refer to it, the elasticity of demand. So whether there will be brand substitution, people will say, okay, the hell with you, I'll go and buy something else instead.
Mm.
Or there will be within brand substitution. So for instance, oh, nice. Very nice. Yeah,
so that's a rubber
fantastic
B.
watch.
Yeah.
Wow. I don't know about plastic, but parts of it, yes. Yeah, it goes well with the nice
Yeah, I think
orange
so.
GMT
You know,
hand.
honestly, we had this conversation in the background a little bit, Ozzy, and I'm not too fond of these rubber bands on modern Rolex look, especially. I feel they just look very
Rubber.
strange. But this looks great. I guess it's the orange that I feel like I must like it.
Yeah.
Orange on
Very
a watch.
expensive. I
Cool.
mean, the tool I use cost $220 to get from Esslinger, and then the band was $270 after tax and shipping. So it's like $500 just to get that on.
Like that's like the price for some of the fanciest crocodile bands. You can even get them double-sided, large scales on the outside, small
Sure.
scales. User unknown says, as market cools, as will the rules, these authorized dealers need to sell watches. That's their only priority. Guys, speaking of wheeling and dealing and selling, please hit the like button. Give me a little bit of free exposure. Subscribe if you haven't. We are producing watch content on a daily basis. I'm really putting it all out there. Next week we will have a special guest, and maybe more than one, in fact. So things are coming along. But if you could spread the word, share the link on other platforms, and bring more people into the community, help me move closer to 1,000 subs, that would be much appreciated, so I can get this channel monetized. But until then, if you want to help it become more self-sustaining, if you want to support the channel, if you want to contribute and encourage me in creating exclusive and original content, you can always consider a PayPal contribution at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com. I also have a Cash App, $LHVVV, $LHVVV, and that information is crawling in the ticker and is included in the video description. And next week we have again a lot of cool content coming up, so feel free to contribute, and anything is appreciated, as much as I appreciate everyone on the panel here, Aussie Expat, Joe, this, and El Professor. Thank you so much, and thank you everyone in the chat for being there and chipping in with your questions and opinions and interventions. You're all very important to me.
Let me say something that finished the theme about substitution, is that also what we could see is that within the brand there will be substitution of watches. So people will opt to go for the two-tone, which is to the advantage of the company. So they'll end up selling the garbage, or the so-called sought-after pieces, right?
You're as
Because
brutal
you'll
as
end up
Meech,
buying.
Professor.
Sorry?
You're as brutal as Meech.
Meech, yeah.
Describing the two tones.
I mean,
as
let the man
garbage.
speak. Let the man
Yeah.
speak.
Yeah,
So
because
brutal.
you pay 50% more for like 5 grams of gold. I mean, this is ridiculous, right? I mean, whoever thinks that they're buying gold, they're never buying gold. They're buying garbage, in a nice way, right? But the thing is, so that you will have substitution within the brand. So people will say, "Oh, I can't get the Batman. I'll opt for the root beer." Oh, fantastic, great. Pay 50% more, right? Or people will get fed up and say, "Look, I'm exiting the brand. I'll go and buy a watch, another brand." So I give you the example. I have a friend of mine. He said to me, "Hey, John, I love you. You're like a brother, but we need to wear the same watch. I can't get the watch you're wearing, so forget it." And in Rolex, I can't get two watches for us. He's a wealthy guy. So I said, "Okay, so what brand can we get with the same watch?" He said to me, "Well, we can get two Omegas." I said, "Okay, go and buy two Omegas that you and I like, and we'll wear them all the time together, like brothers, right?"
Mhm.
So you might have that trend happening, but overall, I think, guys, that the policy in the UK, I'm going back to what we said with Ozzy, I think it is rigged. And it goes back to what Lord said, that there is no transparency. They change the rules when they want, as they want. Suddenly Rolex realizes, "Oh, we want to cater for the first time buyer." Oh, okay, sure. What do we do with the old time buyers, the loyal customers? Oh, we screw them. You can get your root beer now. Oh, fantastic. Do you want a heavy piece? Oh, you're in for it. Go. You're a sucker. Go and buy a all gold Submariner. Excellent. You know, and this is all, it's all not nonsense from the industry. By the way, the same is done by everybody else. Patek does the same nonsense.
Patek is in a way, it's they do it at the they do the haute de gamme nonsense of this sort of marketing.
They
I
do it
think they
with a
do it.
glove, as I say. They rape you or rip you off with a glove. They put the glove and they say, "Hey, how deep do you want this glove to go? Huh? What do we?"
Speaking of that sort of language, one thing I appreciated. By the way, Shamba says, "I'm a scientist, so I will play for a Milgauss." That's a great choice, and watch Nicholas approved, as you see. And Z Blue Millie is a beauty and one that I've requested. Jake Brooks admits. And Aussie Expat says Milgauss is plausible. I remember when a few years back, I think it's been like 4 or 5 years now, that Tom Ford introduced his own line of watches, and he was
Wow.
so flippant about it. He was saying, like, I like the watches fine, but I love these special leather bands that they come with, because they were like NATO style. He was saying they double up as a cock ring, and it's quite pleasurable. And I'm like, that's why I love you, Tom Ford. Like, it was completely transparent. I have everything. I will have watches too, but I generally don't care about them horologically. I will just literally put my dick through it and still sell them to you. But that's what the Swiss watch industry does too, except they're not as flamboyant and flippant and transparent as Tom Ford is.
I send you, Lord, the message I got from somebody pretty high up in, well, I will reveal it, Patek.
Should Should I read the message?
I don't know. I'm very transparent. I don't want to be like the watch industry.
So I'm reading it aloud. Okay.
Yeah, read it aloud. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Let's go.
Thank you for your message. All is well. I'm in Barcelona again with Dad. 100 in September. Oh, God bless. That's very nice. Long live Dad. As you know, the watches you would like are all other unicorns with the emoji, unicorn emoji, which again means a bunch of different things, but I guess he doesn't really know. And virtually impossible to obtain, even for existing parenthesis local customers. That's the biggest lie they have. Like, it's always say, "Oh, you're from Los Angeles. This is San Francisco. We only cater to local customers." What if we call you and you can't make it here in 15 minutes? In addition,
in LA, that's not possible anyway.
in addition to privileging locals and residents, new guidelines stipulate that Nautilus and Aquanaut cannot be a new customer's first purchase in our salons. I should be back next week and would be happy to touch base. Hope all is well with you and your family. Praying hands. Warm regards.
It's all rigged, guys, and we just need to be together to unravel the riggedness and not to be taken for a ride, unfortunately.
Yeah, let's not be taken for a ride on a unicorn, guys.
Yeah.
Be careful.
Which goes back to my original thinking at some point that, look, all of us have a few watches. Let's, cherish them and buy one and wear it. How many can you wear? I have a friend. I have another watch friend. And he has a big collection. He has an expensive collection. But as I said to you last time, only Diego Maradona used to wear 2 watches that I've seen. This guy wears 3 watches on each, wrist or hand. But they're very expensive. So, you can only have 6 watches to wear, and it's good to have one watch wear it. And, he goes out and he has all the watches here lined up, and I tell him, "Hey, Alex, what are you wearing today?" He says, "Oh, Vacheron Patek AP. Okay, what's this one? AP Vacheron Patek. Oh, okay, great. You have like $1 million worth of watches on your 2 hands. Aren't you afraid they'll shoot you?"
For a joke, I tried to wear as many watches as I possibly could on one arm. It's actually quite difficult, even with straps. There's such a big difference between this part of your arm and where you actually should be wearing your watch. And I have also tried wearing, I spend all my time at home. And so I tried wearing a watch on my right hand as well as my left, just so I could have double the enjoyment.
Speaking of enjoyment, Watch Nicholas says, "I like the Black Bay Pro a lot, but worry about thickness. Size matters. I doubt it's a problem, but I want to see it." Shamba Basher says, "Not seen the BB Pro, but I do like it a lot. And it's in the few extra pounds category. I think it's 14. Actually, I think, look, when it comes to thickness, I think it can be a style thing, because Type 20, for example, a very, well respected, lauded chronograph that has its own heritage, that has its own, aviation / military connected history, pilot's chronograph. It's in the most recent production of it in the Breguet lineup. It was right around 39 millimeters and right under 15 millimeters of thickness. So if you tried that watch, you liked it and you liked how it sits on the wrist, I can say that I do. Maybe you might like BB Pro as well, because that sounds like roughly same dimensions to me. Not the same case shape, of course, but put it on. Don't be put off by numbers, and don't be convinced that something is the right watch for you just by looking at specs and case diameters. Try it on if you can, because sometimes these models are not as easily available, and see it in the real world.
Yeah, I agree. I think like very tool-like watches deserve that sort of look, that height, but it's up to you. It's up to you ultimately, but I don't think there's sort of like a perfect size watch or perfect height or so on and so forth.
Yeah, and the shapes, again, case shapes differ so much from each other that you can't just math your way in or out of it. You have to actually put these real world objects on your wrist at least for a minute or two to see how it actually feels, how it looks, and how it looks also in terms of your larger proportions as well. I think that's very much underrated, because again, for me, I love doing these shorts because they bring a lot of traffic to the channel. Interestingly, that's how I get most of my new subscribers. But most of the watches that I try, especially those that are larger, look comically large on my wrist, right? When it's just a wrist shot. So if I were only living for social media, only living for Instagram or YouTube, I would never get even close to parts of my collection. But when it comes to wearing them in the real world, my limbs and my body frame, etc., it balances it out, because you actually wear the watch and live with it, and it's part of your larger appearance, not just some focused in, zoomed in wrist shot. So same thing with smaller watches. Maybe you have a large wrist, but you're looking for a dress watch for a special kind of occasion. Don't be turned away just because something is 36, 37 millimeters. Go out, try it with the outfit you imagine yourself wearing it with, right? Don't go out. Again, this is not a judgment issue, but don't go out with shirts and shorts to try on a dress watch. At least wear a dress shirt, wear a collared shirt, so you see how it kind of looks with the look that you want to achieve. And hey, if you're gonna wear your dress watch with a t-shirt and shorts, more power to you, and do that. I'm not trying to establish any rules here, but try the actual thing, see how it feels for the particular kind of watch it is, for what you are going to wear, for the occasion you are going to wear, and just experience the actual thing. Don't just get stuck too much on the numbers on a piece of paper or on a website.
I have a question for you guys. Ozzy would know this. How much is the Batman? Is a question from my friend again. How much is the watch in the gray market, Ozzy? The Batman today, if you were to get it.
I think you could pick one up for about 20,000, especially if you weren't picky about whether or not you got the 11 series. The 117. Sorry, it's too late at night.
You mean the most recent one?
6, 7, 10. Yeah,
most
well, I mean,
recent one,
they had the update in 2018, and that those ones are worth usually about $1,000 more.
Okay, so it's about 20. All right.
Yeah, about 20, 20, 21. It'll depend. The Oyster bracelet's worth a little bit more than the Jubilee. The 12 series is worth a little bit more than the 11, and then condition. But yeah, it seems to be right now the lowest you could get would be about 20.
Can this watch, you think, in your opinion, go all the way down in the gray market to 15.
It's
I know
been
it's
there
speculative.
before, but it's hard to imagine for me. I think
Going that low.
17, 18, I think a lot of people will start buying it. Quite frankly,
Right.
and that'll be the support. That'll be the, like, at 17,
Yeah,
18,
support,
I imagine
yeah.
a lot of people will buy it at 17, 18. But it could go down to 16, 15. I mean, I imagine the Pepsi is too expensive at 21. I imagine there's going to be a decent number of people who would be okay at 20 and 18 and 19 all day long for the Pepsi, and the Batman is below that. So how much below that? It's going to have to play itself out.
Fries with Mayo says my reverso is for Christmas only, and I'm glad you're European, Fries, because Americans have this weird habit of wearing like very plaid onesies, like pajama sets, etc. for Christmas. I cannot imagine reverso with that
Oh
kind
no
of
no
thing.
no no no. That's like the suburban white Americans. Not all Americans.
Well, you check a lot of the boxes, Meech.
I mean, touche, but still, even I wanted to get dressed up on the checkers. I mean, fuck me dead.
I will ask you again when you get married with a girl from Minnesota. In 5 years, I will ask you how you celebrate Christmas. Is that a fair deal? Is that a deal?
Actually, a Minnesota Christmas is actually kind of fucking. It's either one way or another. It's either really incredibly warm, so it's like 40 degrees, or it's completely fucking miserable, like negative 20, 25 degrees, and like a blizzard. So we usually get fucking shafted on Christmas Day, either way.
So hopefully you'll get the nicer, more pleasant Christmases, because you will have to wear a onesie with your lovely lady from Minnesota, I'm sure. I want the pictures. I want the pictures, Joe. I want, in
Actually, I
fact, you
know
to
one
join the live
family, or
stream.
I actually know a buddy from high school. He got married, and his family does do the traditional, like the white turtlenecks, every Christmas card. Like everyone's in the same outfit. And like I hit him up one time, like, dude, like how fucking miserable are you around the holidays? He's like, I just go with it. Otherwise, if I don't, she's fucking pissed as hell, you know?
Dude, did you touch my drum set?
I didn't touch your damn drum set.
Yeah, we'll see when I get to see one. That's the Black Bay Pro. Might be a very long time. They seem very popular.
Lawrence, can I say something?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
This watch,
Yes.
it's
Love
so
it.
ridiculous that it doesn't have a quick set date, you know?
Yeah, it does not. You have to use the jumping hour hand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it works quickly, but I mean, why not have a quick set date? I mean,
You know, that's one of the reasons that I love my root beer so much, because that the transitional reference that still had the nipple dial, but had the quick set date. Of course, GMT Master, not true. That doesn't have an independent GMT hand.
yeah.
So that lacks in that. But what it lacks in that, you have the quick set dates, which makes things rather easy. Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, they have to come up with a GMT Master 3, I guess, that does everything all at once.
I think I do know why, because the use case is very, very specific to traveling. And so when you get into a new time zone and you knock off 5 hours, and it means going back over, in time, basically, by using the jump hour complication, you've also correctly set the date at the same time. If you had a quick set date, you would be both setting the jump hour and the date separately, I imagine. So that would be more tedious. But the reality is you're also correct. Most people are going to be using these at home. And as a mechanical watch, we pick it up and we want to set it. The GMT Master 2 is annoying to set. And so I agree. The way that it's set up, it's just not designed for you to wear it at home. Where you want the 24-hour hand tracking a foreign time zone instead of your own time zone. Yeah, it's unintuitive and takes a long time.
Look, Shamba has the opposite experience, right? Or an experience from the opposite end of the spectrum, right? He has a respectable masculine wrist rather than my dainty twigs for wrists here. And he says, I have a 7.5-inch wrist, but the 36mm Oyster Perpetual looks fucking amazing because that's the vibe he wants to go for. That's the look he wants to go for that particular watch. And I know Ozzy is an advocate of this idea too. Some watches are meant to be a particular size. They're meant to be oversized and big. So don't go and get, if you want a Panerai, don't go and get 40mm Panerai, right? Get one that's that's meant to be. It's meant to be that way. If you are gonna get a dress watch, don't be afraid to wear something that's smaller than what you usually wear because they are supposed to be more discreet, more simple and elegant, and maybe even out of out of the way a little bit, right? They don't have to steal all the shine like gregarious, aggressive, and even brutal sports watch, right? Your dress watch is not going to be like the Orange Monster, that beautiful diver that this has. That's a different watch. It's meant to be aggressive, and a dress watch is meant to be discreet and low key. If the economy really goes tits up, then yes, 18, 19K pounds sterling in the UK. That's the Batman Shamba is talking about, I think, our earlier discussion. The thing about hype and that particular watch, I think, when you really look at the recent, like pre-pandemic Rolex trends, and I know, El Professor, you know this as much as I do, ceramic bezels really hit when Batman hit the market, when black and blue hit the market. People went crazy about it, and in fact, after the Daytona, that was the watch that got most hyped up.
Yes.
And in a way, Hulk caught up afterwards. Hulk was like an aha moment for people because people looked at pictures, maybe videos, but most people thought it was too much, yeah, Rolex green, whatever, but it's a little gaudy and too much green. When people started actually seeing it on other people's wrists and God forbid, maybe they got to try it on, they were like, okay, well, in most lighting, this looks quite dark. Actually, it's only when you go out into bright sun where the sunburst dial shines as it's meant to be. And for the rest of it, you have something actually much more discreet than what you expect and what it's advertised as. So that's shut up later. But yeah, basically, I think Ozzy was making this point, right? It might come down, but I don't think it's the kind of watch that would die down. And there's a chance that if they introduce one more color combination, Batman would be the first to go, I think. And that, when that happens with Rolex, you know what happens.
Yeah. No, for sure. I tell you, back in when it was first released, the Batman, the blue bezel, blue black, the biggest demand, I remember that distinctly. Well, it was in China. The Asia market started collecting that watch like crazy, buying it. It didn't really hit the market well in Europe. It wasn't such a high demand. The demand rose exponentially in Asia, and then it picked up in the rest of the world. for some reason. That's I remember back in those days. 28. When did it come out? First release 2011, 2012?
2015, I think.
I think it took a little while longer.
I need to be precise. I'm talking like John Wick now. Something more precise.
Yeah, because the first colored bezel was the Hulk in 2010.
2013. 2013.
2013.
2013 for the Batman. Okay.
Yeah, 2013. So it really hit. I remember the Asian market, and they went crazy for that. But you're right. Yeah, the Batman was really the one that started the noise with ceramic. When the black came out, the one I'm wearing now, nobody wanted it.
This, by the way, on that note, I was just gonna say, you know what doesn't need a quick set date and never gets the date wrong?
Well, the watch I want.
14060. That's it. My Submariner never gets the date wrong, and I never have to actually. I never felt the need for a quick set date for that watch.
You have a no date sub? What do you have?
Yeah, 5513.
Oh, that's from the 80s, the 70s,
60s. It's my dad's watch.
Ah, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you have it around, or is it safe?
I do. I'll pull it out for you. Just
Yeah, I'd like to see it. Huh? Ozzy, what band do you have? Is it Rubber B or Everest?
Yeah, only Rubber B have an orange band available for this Explorer 2 at the moment. It's still too new, apparently. Like Vanguard don't have one, Everest don't have one.
Just so I can, first of all, appease Joe, because he hates me for taking off the bracelets. This is the original riveted bracelet.
Wow.
Actually, on vintage watches, it's understandable why you would drop those bracelets. Let's be honest.
Wow. Amazing.
And I actually put it on a nasty and vicious leather strap.
Wow. It's beautiful, man. Wow.
Yeah, this is the mothership, man. This is what
The OG.
Yeah,
it's a perfect condition, Lord.
This is what makes LHV tick.
This is
Do you wear it?
Condition.
Yeah, all the time, all the time. I at least twice a week.
Wow.
I have also, to the ire of many, I have worn this to the sea a few times, but had the gaskets checked before those trips, specifically because I was gonna wear.
Nice, man.
Yeah, love that watch. It's meant to be used. I don't know if my dad got it polished ever. I'm guessing yes. I never got it polished and never plan to. Yeah, love it. Love it. It's one of those little things that I have left from him. So it's very, very dear.
Do you have other subs?
No, that's the one. And that has been my blessing and curse, because some of the best, speaking of best deals we made, some of the best deals I missed were on other no-date Submariners. Like for example, I found an 1984 5513, and it had like, Olympics 1984 engraved on the back, etc. And I was like, wow, first of all, I don't want an engraving. Second, I already have a great no-date sub. And it was about, again, $500 here, $500 there, right? I think the guy asked for 5,000, or maybe he asked for 4750, and I wanted to give him no more than 4250, and I missed out on that deal. But then it haunted me for the rest of the day. So
Yeah.
the night I lost sleep over it, and I looked it up online, and I figure out, and it didn't have the bracelet, right? I figure out actually for the Los Angeles Olympics, the US sailing team was issued 5513s on rubber bands. And I run, basically I wake up next day with little sleep that I had, ran back to the guy. This was like early days of my Los Angeles era. And the watch was gone. The watch was gone. Years later, I found a similar watch that someone, I think, retrofitted with a 93 150 band, and it was also a damaged dial. It was the so-called spider dial that they tried to sell at a premium, even though it's basically shite.
Yeah.
But it was something like this, and it sold for, with the bracelet, it sold for 17 and a half, I think, some years ago, even before the pandemic. So I missed that because I thought, hey, I have the best no date Submariner. Why would I need this? Mine didn't have a name. It was just 1984 US Olympic yachting team. So that was the best deal I missed out on.
Lord, you could have put $5,000 in a safety deposit box and keep your $5,000 with this watch.
We specialize in Rolex and Patek Philippe watches. Pre-owned, sorry. We specialize in pre-owned Rolex and Patek Philippe watches.
We have certified technicians, just like you would on the factory floor.
Guys, with that absolutely nostalgic OG Archie Luxury moments, I want to leave you with that feeling. I feel like Archie Luxury in 2012. I'm wearing the Corleone shirt since I also look like a young Brando with more or less the same hairline, maybe more receded in my case. But hey, it's still okay. Thank you for being here. We have been here for more than 4 hours and a half. Ozzy, Joe, this, and El Profesor, thank you for joining me on the panel. It's always a pleasure to converse with you. Watch Nicholas, thank you for being in the chat. GB Vol, Shamba Basher, JB, of course, all you guys, Fries. Thank you for being here. I don't want to miss out on anyone, but there are so many others. User Unknown, Alex Biz, XR Money, of course, Alan, Corrado Galizia earlier. Thank you so much for being here, and really, you keep me going. Bezos, Dirk Diggler, guys, Jimmy, Bruce G, Marco, Wristwatchholic, Alex, and am I missing someone? Please not. Mike David, of course, Mike David. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Spread the word, share the link. If you want to help, you know how to. It's in the crawling ticker. It's in the video description. Thomas Broadbent, thank you, everyone. Peruka Swiss, who dropped in earlier. Palway, guys, thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow again. And until then, I bid you adieu. And we are gone. Messaging matters. Thank you to you as well.